Welcome all of you to this opening session of Plymouth's annual and special town meetings being held this morning, Saturday, April 1st, 2023, at 8 a.m. at Plymouth North High School, which is located on Aubrey Street in Plymouth. At this time, we're going to begin with a salute to the flag, proudly led by American Legion Post 40 Honor Guard, followed by our national anthem, performed by Plymouth North High School senior Sydney Palmer, and an invocation offered by town meeting member Reverend Robert Pasmino. Please stand and join us as we begin our opening ceremonies.
Pledge of allegiance
To the flag.
to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please join me in prayer. God of all creation, all nations, all communities and peoples, we thank you for the freedom and privilege to gather in our town meeting today. We ask that you may bless our town leaders and staff and all of us in our time together. Please guide us with your virtues of truth, love of neighbor, faith, hope, and joy in our speaking, listening, and voting. Help us to consider, respect, and protect in our decisions the most vulnerable and needy among us, our children, our grandchildren, elders, those who are hungry and without homes, those ill in body, soul, or spirit, the strangers and immigrants in our midst, those who live on the margins, those alone, and those who are forgotten. God, prosper our efforts to repair, heal, and grow our town for current and future generations in ways that protect your creation. Help us to stand up to all forms of hate and keep safe all who study and work in our schools. Guide our decisions to be acceptable in your sight, and to serve the public, upholding what is moral and rational in all our voting. Help us to discuss and tackle the important items we need to, being efficient and focused, and give us the grace and wisdom to best benefit the people we serve. God, renew our hope for what is possible if we plan and work together across what may divide us to embrace our common good. We pray this in the name of all we honor as holy and sacred, and I pray in the name of Jesus. Amen.
At this time, Town Clerk Kelly McElrath will read the in memoriam record for the past year of town officials and employees who have passed, followed by words of remembrance from Reverend Robert Pasmino.
Good morning. Edward Alsheimer, a school electrician. Paul Madoff, I know I was going to get that wrong. Planning board member. Kenneth Baker, police officer. Judith Boccalini, school security receptionist. Diane Beaufrey, assessor office clerk. Donald Kavaki, school custodian. Janice Downey, secretary. Albert Frazier, DPW. Philip Wellesley Hahn, school custodian. Porter Holmes, firefighter. Kenneth Howe Jr., town meeting member. Judith Janikowski, school cafeteria manager. Carl Johnson, fire department mechanic. Gail Joyce, secretary. Patrick Kennedy, firefighter. Jody Lee LaFountain, school paraprofessional. George Lewis, school custodian. Owen Malaguti, custodian. Joan Marshall, school cafeteria. Gloria McMahon, payroll clerk. Mary Ellen Parker, town meeting member. Charles Pina, inspector. Paul Sayers, town clerk. Richard Skellett, firefighter. Helen Soares, data processing manager. Stephen Thomas, school custodian. Kathleen Thomason, school secretary. Richard Venturi, school custodian. John Walsh, firefighter. Terrence Westgate, DPW water. And a special note, our assistant town moderator, Nicole Manfredi's mother, Deborah Calvert, passed away this morning. Thank you.
Please join me in a moment of silence as we remember those named before I pray. God, in whom we live and move and have our being, we thank you for all those we honor today and for their beloved families. We thank you for all those who faithfully served our town. We thank you for all the saints who from their labors rest, and for those who responded to your call to serve and use their gifts and lives on behalf of their neighbors. May their good works and examples inspire us in sustaining justice and peace in our life together. Please bless our memories of their lives and service, and help us to sustain their faithful legacies in our shared present and future as America's hometown. We pray this in the name of all we honor as holy, and I pray in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you. Color guard dismissed. You may be seated. As you have heard from our town clerk, Assistant Town Moderator Nicole Manfredi's mother passed this life at 5:30 this morning. We're keeping Nicole and her family in our prayers today. Longtime town meeting member Karen Bukes is unable to serve as second assistant town moderator for this session of town meeting. And at this time, if there are no objections from town meeting, I have appointed past town meeting member Melissa Matinzi as second assistant town moderator. Melissa has 20 years of experience at PAC TV, and she'll be assisting me with her technology expertise as we seek to navigate our first hybrid town meeting. And town clerk Kelly McElreath has advised me we now have a quorum of at least 108 elected town meeting members, and I therefore declare that a quorum being present, this Plymouth Spring Annual Town Meeting will come to order at 8:10 a.m. As a longstanding member of the Massachusetts Moderators Association, I've worked with moderators throughout the state. This morning, we welcome to our town meeting Brookline moderator Kate Poverman. Welcome, Kate.
Thank you very much.
Brookline has also filed hybrid legislation, and a Brookline delegation is here this morning to observe Plymouth's first and historic hybrid town meeting. We're also joined by Brookline Town Clerk Benjamin Kaufman. This morning we welcome Kathleen McKay and Michael Bergeron of RB Law, who will serve as town council throughout today's session of town meeting. Welcome, Michael and Kathleen. And at this time, before we start with the presentations from our elected officials, since we have a hybrid town meeting, and this will be our first time to enjoy merging the voting, we're going to do a practice vote. Mr. Canty moves that an adjourned session of this annual town meeting be held on Monday, April 3rd, 2023 at 6 p.m. At this time, we can have discussion. I'm going to call up Second Assistant Town Moderator Melissa Matinzi, who will give her opening remarks. Melissa?
Thanks, Steve. Good morning, everyone. Just a few notes from myself. Your handsets should be on. If not, in the display, it will show that it's on. If not, the power button is in the bottom right-hand corner of the handset. If it's on, don't turn the power button off and on. Just leave it on. We only have the 33 remote participants right now. They will be the ones to be recognized in V-voters for requests to speak. Those who are here in person should just follow the standard procedure. I'll be monitoring the chat online for questions. If there are issues, you can email me at Melissa, M-E-L-I-S-S-A, at pactv.org, P-A-C-T-V.org. You could also contact your precinct chairs. There will be 30 seconds to vote. There is no timer. The light that's on the podium will go on green when it's time to vote, and then will go off when the time is up. Thank you.
And you'll also notice this town meeting, we have closed captioning on the screen for those that might have additional assistance with their hearing. Mr. Canty, do you wish to comment on your motion?
I do not.
Thank you. And that is the chair of the Advisory Finance Committee, Kevin Canty. So if there are no further discussion, we're going to take a vote. When the light goes on, you can vote yes, you can vote no, or you can abstain. And so once the light goes on, we're supported today by OTI. You can now begin your voting. You have 30 seconds in which to vote. This will be the first official vote of Plymouth's annual town meeting. It is coming to you live from Plymouth North High School on April 1st, 2023. We're located here on Oberry Street. We're going to vote. We're on the 30 seconds. I'll take point of orders following. If your handset is not on, press the power button. You press one. One for yes, two for no, three to abstain.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I kept trouble with my TV remote control.
Okay.
And also, my other clicker doesn't work.
Mr.
for
Withington, we're
Brookline.
voting right now. I'll take your comments afterwards. Thank you. We're continuing to vote as to whether to have an adjourned session. The voting has concluded, and we'll now see the votes coming to you from the precincts. You'll see on the screen, we have the motion in front of you. We have 119 say yes, 4 say no, 1 abstention. The motion carries. And this is how you'll see it on your screens. You'll see precincts shown in groups of 3, precincts 1, 2, and 3. Notice that some town meeting members have a V next to their name. That is because they're participating virtually. So you can see that during this vote, the people that voted with the handsets in this room, their vote was merged with those people who are remote, who are participating virtually with the V voter. We're now seeing precincts 7, 8, and 9. We have people here voting, we have people voting remotely, and it's all been consolidated and compiled in one vote. Precincts 10, 11, and 12. Precincts in Plymouth now are 18 precincts. Precincts 10, 11, and 12 are shown on the screen, and that's going to be followed by the next precincts in the town. We're voting on our first vote. It's a procedural vote. Precincts 13, 14, and 15. Town meeting has voted to reconvene on Monday if needed. Town meeting will continue throughout the day until we have a motion to adjourn or until we dissolve. And precincts 16, 17, and 18. So that concludes the voting. And moving forward, I can take a point of order prior to the start of a vote. But once a vote starts and the light goes on, there will be no points of order until after the voting concludes. So I understand this was essentially a procedural and a practice vote. There was one town meeting member who I believe is virtual, who may have clicked a different number, Ms. Robinson. We can check with her. I see that it clicked speak on the motion rather than a vote. So we've been told that if the people using V-Voter, for those of you that are on Zoom, if you don't click, and I see now that that's removed, that it may come in not as a vote, but as a request to speak. So again, thank you, town meeting. And yes, do you have a point of order?
Yes, my vote wasn't.
And what's your name?
Patricia Adelman, Precinct 12.
Thank you.
My vote wasn't recorded.
And what was your vote?
Yes,
Yes. And Patricia, you now have your handset on?
yes.
Okay. And so again, we'll vote with numbers 1, 2, and 3 when you're voting. Yes, no, and abstain. Thank you. Thank you, Patricia Edelman. And at this time, we're going to continue with our town meeting, and I'd like to welcome Senator Susan Moran. She'll address the meeting with the State of the State address on behalf of the entire Plymouth legislative delegation. Welcome, Senator Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Select board members, everyone. I'm Matt Muratori. Wait a minute. April Fool's Day just had to recognize that. I do want to welcome Brookline-based rep Tommy Vitolo for bringing the contingent from Brookline, including, other than as the moderator introduced, also Select Board member Bernard Green and Michael Sandman. Thanks for that. We're now 4 months into the 193rd legislative session and in the early stages of fiscal year 2024 budget process. Governor Healy released her $55.5 billion budget recommendation at the beginning of March. The governor's proposal represents a 4.1 spending increase over the previous year, made possible by a $40.41 billion consensus revenue estimate based on a growth estimate of 1.6%, as well as $1 billion from the fair share surtax approved by voters this past November. The state stabilization fund has grown to a record high $6.938 billion and is projected to finish fiscal year 24 at $8.962 billion. The proposal maintains the state's commitment to fully fund its pension liability by 2036 with over $4 billion in fiscal year 2024. That's a $361 million increase over fiscal year 23. It invests more than $40 million towards goals outlined in the state's Clean Energy and Climate Plan. $28 million to implement the Work and Family Mobility Act, as well as an additional $100 million for a new municipal partnership grant agreement to address key issues in developing municipal transportation projects. I'm encouraged that this budget recognizes the critical role that childcare plays in keeping parents in the workforce by funding the Department of Early Education and Care at $1.455 billion, including $475 million to support the continuation of C3 grants to stabilize the system and build capacity, also staff compensation. In terms of local aid, the proposal fully funds the third-year implementation of the Student Opportunity Act, dedicating $6.58 billion to Chapter 70. That's a 9.8% increase over fiscal year 23. Funds unrestricted general government aid at $1.26 billion, which is a $24.6 million
I'm going to do
increase
6
over
months
prior
on the
year.
old colony.
And
You said
it
there was
also
some.
funds special education
I on?
circuit breaker at $503 million to support fourth-year phase-in and out-of-district transportation costs. In the Healy tax package, the governor's budget was filed alongside a $750 million tax relief package, which would include a variety of direct financial relief and broader reforms aimed at significant savings for families, renters, seniors, farmers, commuters, and more. It notably includes a $600 child and family tax credit per dependent, including children under 13, people with disabilities, and senior dependents 65 and older. It also proposes an increase to the rental deduction currently capped at 50% of rent up to $3,000, moving that to $4,000, as well as doubling the senior circuit breaker credit from $1,200 to $2,400 for low-income seniors. It would increase short-term capital gains tax from 12% to 5%, decrease on that, would eliminate the estate tax for all estates valued at up to $3 million for a credit of up to $182,000. That's been a big demand, and Massachusetts has been an outlier on that issue. It increases the $10 million annual cap on Housing Development Initiative program credits to $50 million. As you may be aware, the Department of Environmental Protection's proposed changes to Title V septic regulations are still moving forward. The Plymouth delegation, my compadres, Rep. Lenatre and Muratori, along with us, have been working to ensure that equitable funding is available to communities that are faced with the brunt of implementing these proposals. It also extends the Brownfields tax credit program. As chair of the Joint Committee on Revenue this session, I recently had the opportunity to hear testimony from the governor and lieutenant governor. On the supplemental budget, the legislature passed a $368.7 million supplemental budget for fiscal year 2023. That funds local vital services that support Social Security nets, address food insecurity, housing instability, and the state's long-term COVID-19 response, as well as economic development issues. Notably, the bill extends initiatives first implemented during COVID-19, such as outdoor dining. There's $130 million for SNAP benefits, $68 million for early education C3 stabilization, $45 million for emergency shelters. The bill also authorizes $740 million in capital expenditures to support economic development projects such as MassWorks. It also allocates $200 million for state matching funds to compete for federal grant opportunities. Just yesterday, the Senate passed a Chapter 90 bill that includes $350 million in bond authorizations for transportation needs across the state, including $200 million for the state's Chapter 90 program, which provides municipalities with a reliable funding source. This legislation also authorizes $150 million in programs that will assist municipalities with various transportation-related projects. On the topic of federal funding, Congress has enacted at least 6 pieces of legislation in response to COVID-19 public health emergency, and Massachusetts on that was given a total of $8.7 billion. As Rep. Muratori mentioned last year during his address, the COVID-19 recovery bill contained funding for Pilgrim Hall Museum, the Spire Center for Performing Arts, Plymouth Area Chamber of Commerce, and the Plymouth Regional Economic Development Foundation. Plymouth County's ARPA allocation totals approximately $101 million and will be distributed in multiple phases. Locally, Plymouth County received $90 million through the CARES Act. As far as local investments, the Plymouth delegation continues to prioritize our communities, including $2.2 million for water main and stormwater drainage construction in North Plymouth, $90,000 for Sea Plymouth to promote the South Shore Heritage Trail, $100,000 for the Plymouth Regional Economic Development Foundation, $150,000 to the Plymouth Housing Authority, $41,000 to the Plymouth Fire Department, $40,000 for Nathan Hale Veterans Outreach Center, $20,000 to the Plymouth Council on Aging, $80,000 to Plymouth Area Community Television. That's for a production and mobile studio. The delegation looks forward to working together this session to continue to secure funding for Plymouth. In closing, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share this information on behalf of your legislative team, Reps Muratori, Lenatra, and myself. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Senator Susan Moran. Also, thank you to Plymouth State Representatives Matthew Muratori and Kathleen Lenatra. Also welcoming today Brookline State Representative Tommy Vitolo. And at this time, it's my pleasure to invite Select Board Chair Betty Cavaco to deliver her annual State of the Town message. Welcome, Betty Cavaco.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good morning, town meeting members. It's going to be a tough act to follow with Ms. Moran. She's pretty awesome. Welcome to the 2023 annual town meeting. It is so great to be here with all of you in our first hybrid town meeting. I want to take the time to recognize several of our new administrators since our last town meeting, and if those folks would please stand so everyone could recognize you. First is Mr. Janeo, HR Director. Kelly McElrath, our Town Clerk. Sheila Scarzi, our Acting DPW Director. James Downey, our Acting Town Engineer. Mark Reel, our Climate Resiliency Planner. Our new in-house counsel, Attorney Bergeron. And Attorney Kate McKay, who is the lead for today's town meeting. I'd also like to recognize 2 selectmen from Brookline. Welcome Mr. Green and Mr. Sandman. I also want to recognize Mr. Barry de Blasio for his 20 years of service to this town. Mr. de Blasio will be retiring on April 14th. Thank you, Barry, and we wish you a great retirement. Not only have we seen positive change with town staff, but our accomplishments this past year have been unprecedented. Back in August, the board unveiled a set of goals to help guide our work for 2023 and for future years to come. In just a few short months, our department heads were able to launch an online e-permitting system for homeowners and contractors, develop a 311 system for easier communications with our residents. The fire department has completed its strategic plan. We have transitioned our 911 dispatch center to the sheriff's department. We advanced 2 zoning articles and positioned the town to be a platinum bio-ready and life sciences community. And later this month, we will launch a new, more user-friendly website, which I'm really excited about. Gone are the days of being lost when trying to find information on the town website. These accomplishments and many more will be highlighted at a future select board meeting as a way to showcase the positive change we have experienced over the past 12 months. On behalf of the select board, I want to personally thank all of our department heads for their dedication and commitment to this community. Our administrators work long days, late evenings, and many weekends like today. Their work often goes unnoticed, and I just want to take this time to thank you for what you do day in and day out. We are a team, all working to make Plymouth a better place. Some of our challenges: we continue to attempt to negotiate with Holtec. We believe the town should be provided the opportunity to obtain the 1,500 acres when it becomes available. We believe Holtec must pay its fair share in taxes. We believe we must stop Holtec from dumping radio waste into our bay. I can assure you we will do everything in our power to deliver on these expectations. I am also concerned with the future of the town's finances. This past year, we all learned that our expenses are outpacing our revenues. Our budget constraints led to 9 positions being lost on the town side and another 15 positions being lost on the school side. We intend to have future joint meetings with the school committee and the advisory and finance committee in order to talk about ensuring our future fiscal health. The select board has already made some strides in controlling costs. Working very closely with union leadership, we plan to announce final health insurance agreement that will save our taxpayers approximately $3 million per year once fully realized. I want to thank Mr. Tom Pinto and his leadership in such a collaborative effort to make this happen, another unprecedented accomplishment. As you all know, today is my last town meeting in this capacity. I want to thank you, all of my supporters over the years. I could have not been nearly as successful in my 6-year tenure if it were not for their support. Finally, I must recognize all of our frontline workers, from the DPW workers at the transfer station, to our first responders, to patrol officer working the midnight shift, and to the dedicated staff at Cal, the library, the town hall, and everyone in between. You are what makes Plymouth a great place to live, work, and play. We as a community do not say thank you enough for everything you do. Thank you all so much. Now let's have a great town meeting.
Thank you, Betty Cabaco, Chair, Plymouth Select Board. At this time, we welcome Ms. Kimberly Savory. She is Chair of the Plymouth School Committee, and she will now deliver the State of the Plymouth Schools. Kimberly Savory. If we can just work on the audio. Kimberly, we're not getting your audio. Go ahead. We're bringing Kimberly remotely. She is at a school committee conference, and she is there with other school committee members, and she's going to be speaking to us remotely. This is Plymouth's annual town meeting. It's coming to you live on April 1st, 2023 from Plymouth North High School, located on Aubrey Street. This is our first hybrid town meeting as a result of home rule legislation approved by Plymouth Town Meeting at a special town meeting last year. Members are assembled in person at Plymouth North High School, and they are also participating remotely through vVoter, supplied by OTI Technologies, and also on Zoom. And we are in our morning's first session, and we are receiving the presentations from our elected officials. And at this time, we're welcoming Kimberly Savory, and she is chair of the Plymouth School Committee. Do we have her audio? No? And if we cannot bring her audio, Kim, then we will be, we do have a backup, and the backup is Michelle Badger. Michelle Badger is the vice chair of the Plymouth School Committee, and we welcome Michelle Badger to this Plymouth Annual Town Meeting. And as you can see, on this first day of April, we are navigating the technology. And Michelle
welcome
Badger, welcome to this session of Plymouth Town Meeting. Good morning.
Right. So we can get Kim on?
Go ahead.
All right. So thank you all this morning, everybody, for being here. I'm going to read through these comments from Kim, and so please forgive me. I've only read it over once if I mess up anything. So good morning, town meeting members, Mr. Moderator, members of the Select Board, and Advisory and Finance Committee, and all those in attendance with us this morning. It's my pleasure to speak before you today. On behalf of the school committee, Superintendent Campbell and his leadership team, I would like to take the opportunity to thank our town meeting members for their continued support you have shown our district. Town meeting has demonstrated great dedication to our students throughout the years, particularly amidst the unprecedented challenges we have faced in the most recent years. The last 3 years have brought challenges to our school district unlike any other in recent history. And while we no longer find ourselves in a pandemic, the road to recovery is not short. The need to support students with varied academic and social emotional challenges has undoubtedly become more widespread post-pandemic. The pandemic significantly compromised children's mental health in ways our schools are still coping with widespread anxiety and depression impacting students at an exponential rate. Our district has partnered with outside agencies to increase access, but the demand is greater than ever. We are also expecting a significant increase of referrals for preschool-age students with complex special needs, many of which were born during the pandemic. We are also experiencing a change in our student demographic. More specifically, we have seen a 222% increase in students whose first language is not English in the last 3 years, the majority with no conversational English at all. This requires a level of student and family support that we have not encountered in years past. Having said that, we continue to implement our strategic plan, which puts our students first. There is a lot to be proud of in the Plymouth Public Schools. Our educators are some of the best trained in the state. Plymouth Public Schools staff continually engage in wide range and depth of professional development experiences. All of these efforts are evident in enhancements being made daily to our instruction. Surrounding communities continue to visit our schools to watch our teachers deliver instruction in literacy, math, science, and to learn from them. The Boston College Graduate School of Education has recognized the instructional practices of our middle school science curriculum and has also visited to observe these instructional practices being put in place. Our district has prioritized and supported cultural responsive and collaborative practices across our school. as we work to foster an environment welcoming and encouraging to every student and family. Our high school's unified sports program, which allows our students with disabilities to get involved in sports with their non-disabled peers, has flourished and was recently recognized on the local news. This amazing program was recently initiated at both middle schools as well, and has begun at Federal Furnace Elementary School through the support of physical education teacher, Mrs. Melchert. Sorry. Our nurses, even post-COVID, continue to make mark in and out of our schools, participating in studies for the National Association for School Nurses, being featured on the news for their life-saving efforts, being a chapter of the Yellow Tulip Project to our schools to help stop the stigma of mental health, and being asked to present in national conferences. And as a side note, on April 29th, you can be involved in a tulip walk if anybody is interested. Information is on the website, I believe, and I know on social media. We have an award-winning staff science coordinator, Allison Reardon, was elected to the Massachusetts State Educators Hall of Fame this year. Plymouth South Middle School teacher Colleen White was awarded Massachusetts MTA Teacher of the Year. Plymouth North High School custodian David Hallinan was also recognized at the State House for helping to pass Bill S-2126, recognizing October 2nd each year as School Custodian Day. Our students continue to amaze us. The high school broadcasting journalism program at both high schools are consistently recognized for their achievement, receiving numerous individual, group, state, and national awards every year. Over 100 of our high school DECA students recently competed in the Massachusetts DECA State Career Development Conference held in Boston, with 28 of these students qualifying for DECA International this month. Our high school students, biomedical and engineering students, are receiving paid internships after participating in the Mass STEM Week Showcase. Our musicals, plays continue to amaze the entire community. The list goes on, and we have so much to be proud of. The original guideline for town meeting was to develop a level service budget. However, specific drivers and fixed costs to the school department budget have far exceeded typical inflation rates, and we found ourselves reducing our level service budget again this year, this time by $2.2 million. Approximately 20% of our budget is comprised of very fixed costs such as transportation, contracted placements, which are all set by the state and are rising 14%. This unprecedented hike alone accounts for $1.2 million, or 1% of the district's FY24 requested budget. We feel the proposed FY24 school budget is both responsive and responsible. The school district and administrative team have worked very hard to keep costs down and reduce our budget. We believe we have presented a well-thought-out budget proposal that is a result of collaboration and coordination across the school and throughout the district. It's also important to note that our biggest concern, obviously we are so thankful for all of your support, our biggest concern is actually our FY25 budget. When we look at our FY25 budget, we are actually going to probably be in the neighborhood of $3 million kind of behind where we started. The last time that we had a level service budget was FY24, and we've been so lucky that the state has really stepped in and helped with additional dollars, but next year is going to be that year that we really realize kind of the cuts that we've made in education for the town, and the cuts that we've made, and so I think we just need to consider that as we're moving forward, that is something that we as a district or school committee are very concerned about. And the way in which I know we've got the FinCom and the Select Board have appropriated an $800 kind of savings account for us if we need additional dollars. The one thing to consider about that is when we need to tap into that $800,000, we will be basically saying to some teachers, some staff members, your job is on the line if we didn't have this $800,000. So I think we just need to be clear about that, but we are very happy that we do have this alternative funding way to fund our full budget. So we thank everybody for their work on that, but we just want to make you aware of potentials down the road for FY25. We understand and appreciate the important decisions you have to make here. As we advocate for the essential need of our students and our staff and the schools, we remain mindful of the economic climate and feel confident we have presented a plan which is responsible to students' needs and to the community's ability to provide these needs. We greatly appreciate the continued support of all the town committees, boards, and citizens, and respectfully ask for your support at town meeting. I wish you all a great day as you conduct the very important work of our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was Michelle Badger. She is Vice Chair of the Plymouth School Committee, delivering the address prepared by Kimberly Savory, who is Chair of the Plymouth School Committee. We understand that it may have been an audio setting on the remote participant, and we do anticipate throughout the day as we embark on this first historic hybrid town meeting that we may have operator challenges with electronic voting or with V-Voter, and we will continue to monitor and seek to improve our participation. And at this time, we welcome Mr. Stephen Bulletin, who is the Planning Board Vice Chair, and he will be delivering the State of Plymouth Planning. Welcome, Mr. Bulletin.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, town officials, staff, our state representatives and legislators, town meeting members, honored guests, and members of the public. Thank you so much for all of your hard work and for coming on this windy Saturday morning, either here or virtually, to engage in the business of our town. It is important, it is vital, and it is greatly appreciated. I'm here on behalf of our Planning Board Chair, Mr. Tim Grandy, who sends his regrets as he is unfortunately unable to attend due to a death in the family. I'm also here on behalf of my fellow Planning Board members, Mr. Mand, Ms. Keene, and Mr. Hokinson, with whom I have the privilege of working on some of the most vital issues facing our town. And finally, I'm here on behalf of Mr. McAuliffe, our dear friend and Planning Board member who left us all far too soon. From a planning perspective, this is both an exciting and challenging time for Plymouth. Exciting because there's been a renewed effort at town-wide thought, trying to make planning part of our everyday governmental thinking. Our select board and town staff have put forth short-term and long-term goals, first in quite a long time, seeking to address some of the important planning issues that the town is facing. The Planning Board has commenced the process of updating our master plan so that the voice of the residents as to their needs and interests are heard. More importantly, we hope to align our bylaws, our policies, decisions, and expenditures of funds by town boards and departments with the vision established through that master plan. Our village steering committees continue to volunteer their time, working hard to provide information regarding what is going on in all areas of our town. And this body continues to focus its efforts on making sure that the goals of the town are considered in the proposals and budgets placed before you. And these are all important and laudable goals. But we also face our challenges. There is a continuing demand for housing in the town at all levels, particularly truly affordable housing, which is not being met. There are economic considerations, including the need to improve our commercial tax revenues to create jobs that provide both a living wage and services needed for our residents. We're also subject to state mandates that seek to dictate our land use, such as the MBTA Communities Law, a requirement that we rezone areas to automatically allow certain types of multifamily housing developments. This is a real challenge for us, and our planning department is currently looking at potential options to satisfy these requirements, which will be presented to the residents for discussion and ultimately to this body for their consideration. And ultimately, all of these considerations have to be taken in balance against our most critical need, preservation of those things that define our character as a community, such as our open space, our historical preservation, and most importantly, our sole source aquifer. In order to meet these challenges, we need community participation through this body and through all others. In the forthcoming year, the input of the residents will be more vital than ever, and it will be sought on various initiatives such as the Senior Task Force Needs Assessment, the Master Plan goal-setting sessions and surveys, MBTA Communities Law Forum, and potentially even the Plymouth Traffic Study, which is before this body today. On behalf of the Plymouth Planning Board, I look forward to working with all of you here and virtually throughout our town to continue these efforts to plan for Plymouth's future. Thank you.
That was Stephen Bulletin. He is the Planning Board Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bulletin. And now, once again, we welcome our Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee, Kevin Canty, who will now deliver his opening remarks. Mr. Canty.
Good morning, Town Meeting. There we go. Good morning, Town Meeting. I'm Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. Thank you for joining us today, and please don't leave. I know you've already had to listen to several speeches this morning, and you're all champing at the bit to get to the articles, so I promise I will keep my remarks refreshingly brief. I have been on the Advisory and Finance Committee for the past 9 years, and have had the privilege to serve as its chair for the past 4 years. It has been my honor and my privilege to work with so many talented and dedicated people, both past and present, in that time. It has been an interesting and challenging 4 years as chair. My first town meeting as chair in October of 2019 was Plymouth's last traditional town meeting, though of course we didn't know that at the time. My second town meeting as chair was Plymouth's first virtual town meeting, which was uncharted territory for all of us, but we got through it together. After 5 more entirely virtual town meetings, we held our first in-person town meeting last October, the format and layout of which was the source of much debate and discussion, as you'll no doubt recall, but we got through that too. Today, we have another first, as we are poised to begin Plymouth's first hybrid town meeting in earnest. While we have high hopes that this town meeting will go off with minimal issues, given that we've already had a few hitches, I think it is reasonable to anticipate that we may have some other technical and logistical challenges pop up during the course of the meeting. If we do, I would ask everyone to please be patient as we work through any issues that may arise. I know from chairing the Advisory and Finance Committee during these past 4 years that running a hybrid meeting is more like running 2 meetings at once than running one big meeting. Town staff, the moderator, PAC TV, and OTI Technologies have done as much work and planning as they can in advance of this event to prevent potential issues from creating problems as much as they are able to do so. But keep in mind that none of us have ever done this before. And remember, technology is not the most important part of town meeting. The people are. Today, we begin a new tradition in Plymouth, the hybrid town meeting. Let it be a tradition of honest debate, respectful disagreements, and patient participation. Let it be a meeting we are proud to remember, not for the way in which it was conducted, but for the way we conducted ourselves. Let it be a great town meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee, and I do not promise to keep my remarks refreshingly brief, but we are utilizing the electronic voting system this morning. We are utilizing the voter, and I want to recognize the staff at PAC TV. They've been providing video and audio support for today's in-person and remote town meeting hybrid that's being held at Plymouth North High School and at remote locations. Also want to thank the representatives from OTI Technologies who are also providing technical support for the electronic voting and for the vVoter platform. Specifically, we have Mark Feit and Samuel Franklin and Drew Chase. They are all on site to support us. We also thank Andrew Whalen. He is the police officer on duty for this session of Plymouth Town Meeting. Now, according to our town charter, and you can get copies of the town charter, you can also go to the town meeting website. I have a book here of the town charter and the town bylaws, but I'll be citing the town charter. Chapter 2, Section 5, subsection 2, the town clerk, Kelly McIlrath, keeps a record of attendance, and pursuant to the next subsection, a representative town meeting member who cannot attend a session shall provide written notice to the town clerk. I'm aware of at least one town meeting member who was unable to participate this morning, and we anticipate high participation once again since we have the hybrid model. Anyone wishing to inquire as to reasons given for town meeting absence should check with the town clerk. There have been written materials provided to town meeting members from the Advisory and Finance Committee. They include the proposed operating budget, and in addition to that, you have the motions book that was provided this morning, and at the back, there's a copy of the budget, and we will be following that for Article 7 in the annual town meeting. We also have the spring special town meeting reports and recommendations of the Advisory and Finance Committee. In addition, the Advisory and Finance Committee prepared its recommendations for the annual town meeting, and you have received that. The Plymouth School Committee has also provided us with a publication, and that is this publication here with respect to their budget book. Pursuant to Chapter 2, Section 10, subsection 2, representative town meeting members shall notify the town clerk in writing prior to the town meeting session as to any articles that give rise to financial conflict of interest. And although the state statute exempts town meeting members, we do have that section in our charter, and town meeting members are also reminded that the handset keypad and the V-Voter platform include options to abstain if needed. Now, any Plymouth resident and taxpayer may speak on any matter. Non-residents may participate with the consent of town meeting. Town meeting members are reminded that we have a live cable audience. We request that if you wish to speak, please raise your hand, and once you've been recognized, please come to one of the microphones that have been provided and identify yourself by name and precinct or title. And if you're participating remotely, please use the V-Voter to notify me that you wish to speak. And I'm monitoring that throughout town meeting along with watching town meeting members in person. Town meeting members and officials are encouraged to identify yourselves by name and precinct or title each time you speak, since some members of the cable audience may tune in at different times. Now, the members of the Select Board are seated in the front center, and the Advisory and Finance Committee members are seated in the front row on my right. And those who wish to present on an article are invited to come down upon the reading of the article and sit in the rows to my left. Now, if you are remote, you may be moved as a panelist. I think we moved everybody in as a panelist because we have 33 remote town meeting members. And if you're here in person and you anticipate you may be answering questions on articles, it's requested that you move close to the microphone at the start of the article, and if you are remote, we can bring you in. If you're called as a speaker on deck, please move to the microphone once your name has been announced. Now, some town meeting members have contacted me in advance, and they've been added to my speakers list. If you're called as a speaker on deck, please move to an open microphone. Town meeting members will have 30 seconds in which to vote. The second assistant moderator and I are available throughout the meeting. If you have special needs, or if you have a concern, or if you do not wish to interrupt the meeting with a point of order, then speak to one of us who can in turn communicate to me. Speak to Melissa. You can speak to the town clerk. We ask that cell phone sounds be turned off, both for those of you that are in person and also those of you that are participating remotely if you are speaking. And please consider keeping texting to a minimum to avoid distraction to others. If you're remote, please turn off your TV and other audible devices when you're speaking. Town meeting debate is directed through the moderator. All main motions and amendments to main motions are to be in writing And all procedural motions, whenever practicable, are be to submitted in writing in advance. Again, you have a motions book that was prepared and sent to you and available today. If you wish to accomplish something procedurally during the meeting, you don't hesitate to get up and inquire, and we'll attempt to help you frame an appropriate motion or question that's consistent either with past practice or with our parliamentary handbook, which is Town Meeting Time. There are copies of this book at our library. The book suggests on page 25, even if all the rest of the meeting knows the answer, it does no harm to review and restate a principle from time to time, which is what I'm doing right now. If an amendment presented from the floor contains a legal question or has legal ramifications, I may confer with town council, and such motion may be delayed until written and possibly researched. Again, reminder to town meeting members, we will not be drafting legislation on town meeting floor. So when it comes to a bylaw, which is presented to town meeting, we need that in advance of town meeting because the bylaws can relate to other parts of the charter or the bylaws. We need to not be doing that right on town meeting floor. Debate is encouraged. If I'm notified in advance you wish to speak on an article, your name is added to a list of scheduled speakers. Now, I will attempt to give everyone a chance to speak once before calling on people a second time. So while you may be the first person to come up to the microphone on a particular article, I may not call on you if there's someone else who has not yet spoken at town meeting. The formal petitioner presentations can be up to 15 minutes. We're not imposing a limit on the initial municipal board or committee presentations. All speakers will have 3 minutes to speak, and that includes question and answer exchanges. And you are reminded as town meeting members that while the moderator limits the scope of the debate, you limit the length of the debate. And if town meeting wishes to close debate, a member may move the previous question. And that is not debatable, and it requires a 2/3 vote, although according to our charter, I'll have people stand, and I'll also read to you those who are in the remote queue when we have a motion to close debate. As moderator and second assistant moderator, Ms. Matinzi and I will be presiding throughout this town meeting. We don't intend to become directly involved in the substantive discussion, but we will be procedural facilitators. We're going to try to be consistent, follow common sense. A motion to change the order of the articles is a 2/3 vote. It may be brought by a town meeting member who voted on the prevailing side of a motion and may later move to reconsider. We will recess within 2 hours from the start of this town meeting. The Plymouth Schools Music Association is in the cafeteria. They'll be providing refreshments this morning. A quorum is presumed at this town meeting unless there's a question of the quorum. We're going to reconvene 15 minutes following the morning recess, and we'll proceed with a warrant. There will be lunch served in the cafeteria at approximately midday. There are gluten-free items available on request, and the lunch recess will be for 45 minutes. We will return promptly after the lunch recess. The return of the warrant of the annual town meeting shows that it has properly been served. If there are no objections, we'll waive the reading of the constable's return of service of the warrant of the annual town meeting, and further, if there are no objections, we'll waive the reading of the warrant. Are there any other matters to come before the annual town meeting at this time? If not, we're going to take another vote, another practice vote. Mr. Canty moves that the Plymouth annual spring town meeting be recessed until the Plymouth special town meeting is adjourned or dissolved. Mr. Canty, any comments?
None at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, once again, you're going to be voting. You're going to vote electronically with your handsets. Here in person, 1 is a yes, 2 is a no, 3 is abstain. And those of you who are virtual, participating remotely, you'll use your V-Voter platform. And when the light goes on, you're going to vote. This is another practice procedural vote to help us as we move forward with our hybrid town meeting. When the light goes on, you'll begin your voting. You'll have 30 seconds. Please vote now. Town meeting members are having their second vote of the annual town meeting, coming to you live on April 1st from Plymouth North High School. We are embracing our first hybrid town meeting. We have 33 town meeting members who are remote participants. We have a total of 162 elected town meeting members. Town meeting members are voting as we seek to fine-tune our voting process. This is a procedural vote to adjourn the annual and move into the special. The voting has concluded. We're now going to scroll through the precincts so that town meeting members and those of you watching can see 134 say yes, 5 say no, 3 abstain. As you look at the precincts on the screen, precincts 1, 2, and 3 are shown. They're all yes, they're all greens, but now in the next group we have a no that is shown in red. We have an abstention that's shown in yellow. So throughout town meeting members can check to make sure their vote was properly recorded. And those of you watching on PAC TV can see how your town meeting members are voting. Precincts 7, 8, and 9 we're showing in groups of 3 precincts as we proceed in this town meeting. We have precincts 10, 11, and 12. Town meeting will continue throughout the day. Precincts 13, 14, 15, again, a yellow abstention, a red no. And finally, as we continue through, we have 16, 17, and 18. At this time, the vote carries, and the Plymouth Annual Town Meeting is recessed at 9:06 a.m. And at this time, the return of the warrant of the special town meeting shows it has properly been served. If there are no objections, we'll waive the reading of the constable's return of service of the warrant of the special town meeting. And further, if there are no objections, we will waive the reading of the warrant. And at this time, town meeting members are now going to proceed to the special town meeting. And for Article 1, we have no action. It was withdrawn. Article 2, to see if the town will vote to transfer from available funds a sum of money to be added to funds already appropriated under Articles 7A through 7E of the 2022 Spring Annual Town Meeting for the purpose of supplementing departmental expenses, or otherwise amend said votes or take any other action relative thereto. And we have a motion from Mr. Canty. And so throughout the town meeting, I'm not going to be reading all of the warrant articles which you have, as I did just then, but I will read into the record the motion. And here we go. Under Article 2, the motion for the fiscal 2023 budget amendments. Mr. Canty moves that the town vote to transfer $190,000 from free cash to the town manager, other expenses, $55,000 from water retained earnings to water other expenditures, $204,500 from airport retained earnings to airport personal services, $4,500, and airport other expenditures, $200,000, as shown on the table that has been provided to you. Mr. Canty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In a unanimous vote of 12 in favor, 0 in opposition, and no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 2. Approval of this article will increase the fiscal year 23 operating budget as detailed in the table included in the report and recommendations of the Advisory and Finance Committee book.
Thank you, Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. We did have a motion to divide that was presented by a town meeting member. However, she has withdrawn that motion. So we are debating now the main motion. Is there any further discussion? If not, it's going to be a majority vote. All of these will be roll call. And at this time, we're going to proceed to the voting. So when the light goes on, you'll be voting on Article 2, the motion presented by the Advisory and Finance Committee. When the light goes on, you'll be voting on Article 2 for Plymouth's special town meeting. We are now in a special. You're voting now. You have 30 seconds in which to vote. Town meeting members in person at Plymouth North High School in the Center for Performing Arts are using a handset that has been provided to each town meeting member. those 33 town meeting members who are remote participants are using a V-voter platform, which they're navigating with the Zoom platform. And we're continuing on Article 2 of the special town meeting, coming to you live from Plymouth North High School on April 1st. The voting has ended. The light is off, and we have 139 say yes, 3 say no, 1 abstention. The motion carries. Once again, town meeting members and all of you watching can see how town meeting members voted by the scrolling through of the precincts. We're showing them in groups of 3. And again, today we have closed captioning so that people who are here in person can see the closed captioning on a screen that is located on the cafeteria side of the Center for Performing Arts. Town meeting members are able to watch both the results of the vote as well as the closed captioning, and we continue with the final precincts, 16, 17, and 18. And so we move on to Article 3. Mr. Canty moves that the town vote to transfer the sum of $31,253.94 from free cash to pay certain unpaid bills of a prior year as follows, and you do have a table shown in your motion book. This is a 9/10 vote, and again, a roll call. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 13 in favor, 0 in opposition, and no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 3. Approval of this article will authorize the Finance Department to process the outstanding invoices for KP Law totaling $31,253.94 on behalf of the Town Manager Department, as detailed in the table included in the report and recommendations of the Advisory and Finance Committee. The funding for these invoices will come from free cash.
Thank you. Alan Costello, Precinct 10. Welcome, Mr. Costello.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much. Alan Costello, Precinct 10. I know this is typically a housekeeping article. My concern is the second invoice on the table for $15,900. 2 things concern me, and it can be quickly clarified by staff, hopefully. Number 1, there's no explanation as to what this dollar amount is for. The other 2 have a definition. And the thing that most concerns me is it's sent to the wrong address, an address we haven't had in 6 years, to the old town hall. Concerns me that what this exact bill is for. I was wondering if I can get some clarification from staff.
Thank you, Alan Costello. Precinct 10. Responding will be Plymouth Town Manager Derek Brindisi, followed by Town Meeting Member by Donald Williams. Derek Brindisi, Plymouth Town Manager, welcome to our special town meeting.
Great, and good morning, everybody. So to answer Mr. Costello's question, so as you all know, we've moved to an in-house counsel this past November. Prior to that, we used KP Law as general counsel. Unfortunately, last year, in the February time period, an invoice was sent to the town, and that invoice was not paid. So the primary services that were provided by KP last year were general counsel services, labor services, and primarily land use and planning. So unfortunately, we're here this morning to ask for this dollar amount to pay an unpaid bill from last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek Brindisi. He is Plymouth Town Manager. And Mr. Costello, do you have a follow-up question or follow-up comments? You still have another little over a minute. Go ahead, Mr. Costello.
Well, specifically, Alan Costello, Precinct 10. I'd like to know what the $15,900 represents. The other 2 invoices on the table are clearly marked labor, and the other one was a small one. I think it was for, apologize, it was for cable licensing. What I'd like to know is the largest of the 3 bills doesn't tell us what it's for. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan Costello, Precinct 10. Derek Brindisi, Town Manager, responding. Mr. Brindisi.
So we have a, when KP sends us these bills, they give us a detailed invoice. This $15,907 primarily represents general counsel services, which again also includes land use and planning and any other type of service that they provide. They only break out labor separately because, as you all know, we have a high volume of labor services that are needed. So we don't provide the breakdown because that's confidential in attorney and client privilege. Thank you.
Thank you. Donald Williams on Article 3. Welcome.
Yes, Don Williams, Precinct 8, Vice Chair. In the interest of transparency, I would sure like to know more about what these bills are specifically for.
Derek Brindisi, he's asking, again, what these bills, meaning I assume all three bills under Article 3, what are they for? I believe you answered, but go ahead.
Again, labor council, general municipal council services, land use and planning, those are the three major areas. And again, we will not provide the detailed breakdown of what types of cases that those are involved. Again, that's attorney-client privilege, and we can't break that confidentiality. Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 3.
Just for the record, Alan Costello.
Alan Costello, Precinct 10. Go ahead.
Who is the client? Is town meeting? We're not a client. Thank you.
So the question is, who is the client of KP Law? Derek Brindisi.
Yeah, the client is town officials, and no, town meeting is not the client. Town meeting is a legislative body and wouldn't have direct access to those cases that are involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Article 3? This is a 9/10 vote of town meeting. If there's no further discussion, we're going to go to the vote. And when the light goes on, you will have 30 seconds in which to vote. You're voting in the special town meeting on Article 3. You're voting now. You have 30 seconds in which to vote. Town meeting members are proceeding through the warrant of the special town meeting. We will go through the warrant chronologically unless we receive a motion to change the order of the articles. We have completed vote on Article 2. We are now on Article 3. Town meeting members are using the electronic voting handsets in person and also the V-Voter platform for the remote participants. We have 33 town meeting members. The voting has concluded, and the results are 125 in favor, 17 in opposition, 4 abstentions. We're scrolling through the precincts. We're scrolling through the precincts, but the motion fails. This is a 9/10 vote, and we have almost 9/10, but I think we had a little over 8 point something. So this fails, and we have a total number of town meeting members, 125 voting yes, 17 no, 4 abstentions. And of that, all who voted, we need a 9/10 vote. And at this time, the town clerk is once again tabulating the votes. Mr. Withington.
Mr. Moderator, Michael Withington, Precinct 15, Honorable Selectman, Finance Committee, just curious, if we vote no on this, or vote the article down, the bills are still due, correct? And I assume that the...
So, Mr. Withington, we have concluded the debate on Article 3.
Okay.
And therefore, we don't have an Article 3 before us to debate and ask questions.
I voted on the affirmative. I'd like to reconsider the question.
So did you vote no?
No, you're correct. I voted affirmative.
Right, so you did not vote on the prevailing side. And I'm
Okay.
taking town meeting members through this so you can appreciate
Thank
the
you.
process. If you voted no, it would be possible in the future, before we dissolve the special town meeting, to move to reconsider. But at this point, we've concluded the voting on Article 3, and it failed. And so now we're going to go to Article 4. And Article 4, we have Article 4A1, A2, A3, capital improvements. Mr. Canty moves the town appropriate the sum of $268,260 to pay costs of various capital projects and studies listed in the Article 4 of the 2023 special town meeting warrant, and is set forth in the report and recommendations of the Advisory and Finance Committee, as shown in the table below, and for the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, $268,260 shall be transferred from free cash. It's a majority vote and a roll call. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 11 in favor, 0 in opposition, and no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this portion of Article 4. Approval of this article will authorize this expenditure to be funded through a transfer from free cash.
Thank you. Discussion on the first Article 4 motion of the special town meeting. If not, yes. We're going to begin with David Peck.
David Peck, Precinct 4. I'd like to hear some more backup about the police departmental study. What's been provided in the book is $120,000 with no backup of who will be doing it, what the individual components are. So I'd like to hear what the backup of that study is, please.
Thank you. Town meeting member David Peck asking for further information, and we have Plymouth Police Chief Dana Flynn, who is coming forward. Good morning, Chief Flynn.
Morning, everybody. Dana Flynn, Chief of Police. The purpose of this study is to plan for the future of the town. If you take a look around, just drive around, we're exploding. New residential developments, housing units are popping up everywhere. The whole purpose of this study is to determine if the staffing that I currently have or will need in the future is adequate to provide the continued services, the best services we can provide. As far as a company or who's going to do the study, that would have to go out for bid or request for proposal. So I did make a couple of calls, the same outfit that the fire department used for their study, and that was a rough estimate they gave for the staffing and deployment.
Thank you. Mr. Siegel, any questions? Nathan Siegel is Precinct 14.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just to clarify, this vote is on items A1 through A3, correct?
Again, a question from Nathan Siegel. Again, Mr. Siegel, your question?
Just clarifying, this vote is only on items A1 through A3, and the Bartlett Road will be the next vote on
That is
B1.
correct. We're only voting on the A items.
My comment is on Bartlett Road, so.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, we're going to move to the vote. When the light goes on, you'll have 30 seconds in which to vote on Article 4.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. DiNardo, yes. Welcome. Al DiNardo, Precinct 7. Let's bring him in. Good morning, Mr. DiNardo. Go ahead.
Hi, Precinct 17, Mr. Moderator. I just want to, I'm going to support this measure, but I just want the citizens in town meeting to be aware of something. When I watched the Finance Committee, I saw the police chief professionally tell us, and if we can read between the lines, that there is a morale problem at the police department. And being a professional, he left it at that. But I think the citizens need to be aware of that. Everything that has gone on nationally, clearly it's having a negative effect on our community. And as elected people, we need to read between the lines, because we have a lot more latitude to say things that maybe a department head really does not want to say or cannot say. So I just want to give an FYI about what the chief had said, and it's just something that we need to monitor, something I would want to monitor as well, to see, and that goes for all emergency personnel. Of course, we support them all. I don't think any of us do not support them, but we need to be aware when a department head expresses that. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, and that is Al DiNardo. He is a town meeting member participating remotely. And thank you, Mr. DiNardo, since you have now confirmed that we have audio for remote participants, even though an earlier one did not have it. So thank you for that. And we're continuing on. Any further discussion for those who are in person or those of you who are remote? If not, we're going to move to the vote. And when the light goes on, you will be voting. You'll be voting on the A part of Article 4, A1, A2, and A3. It's a majority. You're voting now. You have 30 seconds in which to vote. Following the vote, we'll be moving to a B1 motion, which will be a 2/3 vote. And that's why it is separate, because we're keeping the majority vote, A1, A2, A3, separate from the 2/3 vote. Town meeting members are currently in their first session of town meeting. We are in the Plymouth Special Town Meeting warrant. We are currently in Article 4. We're voting on Article 4, A1, A2, and A3. And the voting has concluded, and we will now wait for the results of the vote. 139 in favor, 2 no, 0 abstentions. The motion carries. And as we scroll through the precincts, town meeting members have an opportunity to see how they did vote on this particular motion. It is one of several motions that have been voted this morning by town meeting. And as we move to the next article, I can tell you that it will be a 2/3 vote. It'll be a roll call if it is not unanimous. I am looking at my screen. For those who are virtual, please go to your V-Voter key and indicate that you wish to be put in the speaker's queue for speaking. At this time, Article 4B1, Mr. Canty moves the town appropriates the sum of $3,250,000 to pay costs of the Bartlett Road Bridge construction and for the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, $812,500 shall be transferred from free cash, and the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow $2,430,500 under General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7, Subsection 7, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town, therefore, that the treasurer or other town official, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to contract for and expend any federal or state aid available for the project, provided that the amount of the authorized borrowing shall be reduced by the amount of such aid received prior to the issuance of bonds or notes under this vote. We're going to begin with Mr. Canty.
As part of the same unanimous vote of 11 in favor, 0 in opposition, and no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve this portion of Article 4. The Advisory and Finance Committee took 1 vote on the entirety of Article 4.
Thank you. Nathan Siegel, Precinct 14, followed by Michael Hanlon, Precinct 15, and then we'll move to remote speakers. Mr. Siegel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Nate Siegel, Precinct 14. So I fully support this motion, and I'll be voting for it. But we had a good discussion at our precinct caucus, and I think perhaps Ms. Barrett might be able to answer my question on this type of article. My understanding is that if federal and state grants do not come through, that the project would not move forward. Is that so? First part of my question is to confirm that's correct, and second part would be, if that's the case, what happens to the authorized borrowing? Would the taxpayers still be responsible for that, or would the overall budget be reduced by the total amount of the project if it's not going forward?
Lynn Barrett is our Director of Finance. Welcome, Lynn Barrett.
Thank you. So this project, the department is seeking grants to fund this project. And they just recently actually applied or sent all of that stuff out. So there's a couple of different grants I think that they were seeking. And what we said was that this project would go forward if we got some of this grant funding. So there's a possibility of it being as much as 75% of the project cost, but it could be something less than that. So whatever grants we get, we would still go forward with the project if we get those grants. And then when that grant money comes in, that reduces the amount that we would have to borrow, which would reduce the cost to the taxpayer.
Thank
Okay?
you.
Could I follow up?
Yes, Mr.
So,
Siegel.
if we get 0 in grant funding, would the project still go forward?
I don't believe so, no.
And
We would continually seek grant funding, because we appropriated like a 25% share for this project. So it is critical that we get this funding, for grant funding, but it's really up to town meeting.
I'm sorry, it's just the second part of my question was then if that happens, if we get 0 in federal or additional outside funding, if we approve this article for almost $2.5 million in borrowing, does that money come off the rolls and the tax roll, and the taxpayer would not be responsible for that, even though town meeting has approved that $2.5 million?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Michael Hanlon, Precinct 15, followed by Al Gennaro, Precinct 17. Mr. Hanlon, welcome to Plymouth Town Meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Michael Hanlon, Precinct 15. I'd like to draw your attention to page 71 in the town meeting book. There's a summary of cost estimate on page 71. So I have 2 questions basically about this proposal. I made 2 trips out there to look at it and see what was going on. I fully support the project. I think just based on my observation, it's an old bridge. It's a very narrow bridge. It needs to be replaced. But I have 2 issues. One, we're building 700 feet of sidewalk on a road that has no sidewalks from beginning to end. So if you know Bartlett Road, it starts at State Road, makes a big loop around a pond, and comes back into State Road. There's not a single sidewalk anywhere, but we're building 700 feet of new sidewalk to nowhere. And the second issue has to do with police details on page 71. $201,600 for 3 detailed officers, 8 hours a day for 120 days. Now, many of you know I'm a civil engineer. I've looked at this project. I think the way the contractor is going to sequence it is he's going to close down the road. He's going to demolish the existing bridge or culvert. And he's going to build a new culvert. But the road will be closed through traffic. Why do we need $200,000 for traffic details? So maybe somebody from Public Works can answer those 2 questions. Why do we need 700 feet of sidewalk? And why do we need $200,000 for traffic details?
Thank you. Sheila Scarzi, Acting DPW Director. Welcome.
So the sidewalk is something we always try to add when we're doing a reconstruction of a road, especially when we're putting in a new bridge. This is the time to put a sidewalk in. So our thought process was, yes, there is no sidewalk on Bartlett Road right now. However, we have the Tidmarsh Sanctuary right adjacent to this bridge. We thought it would make sense to add a sidewalk to provide access for pedestrians who live in the area to get to that wildlife sanctuary. In addition, when you build a bridge, you want to put the sidewalk in now. That's part of the Complete Streets program. MassDOT is looking for that when you build a bridge, so that's why we're putting the sidewalk in. We did do a cost estimate. The sidewalk's going to cost about $75,000 for the project. Now, you're correct with the police details. This is very conservative. We do anticipate the road will be closed, and hopefully we won't have to have all 3 details throughout the duration of the project. However, at the outset of the project, we're anticipating there's going to be confusion. there's going to be a road closure for approximately 3 months. So we're going to want to station police details at both ends of Bartlett Road at the project site. In addition, the bridge is just a portion of the project. Okay, so the bridge will go in, then the road will open back up, but we'll still have additional road work to do. So we have a water main to put in, we have drainage to install, we have the sidewalks to install. So there will be police details anticipated. If we don't need all that, we wouldn't utilize those funds. So this is a very conservative cost estimate. I do want to point that out. Since the onset of the pandemic, construction costs have been so skewed. One way we've accounted for that, or tried to account for that, is we've been building in substantial contingencies into all of our project cost estimates. So that's what you see reflected here. My hope is that this project is not going to cost $3.25 million, but we want to make sure we're asking for enough money right here.
Thank you. And that was Sheila Scarzi. She's the acting DPW director for the town of Plymouth. And at this time, Michael Hanlon moves to amend Article 4B1 by reducing the appropriation by $201,600. Mr. Hanlon, on your motion.
Yes, I would. Thank you for your explanation. I have a philosophical problem with police details, particularly on such a small residential road, number one. Number two, if you drive up and down State Road, the last couple of summers, the state's been doing work on Route 3A. They use flagmen, those guys with orange vests and steins that say stop, go, slow down, whatever it is, at much lower cost than using police details. So if we want to be prudent with taxpayer dollars, we should do it at the least possible cost. So I think there's a better way. I'm not even convinced that you need traffic details on that road, notwithstanding the town engineers or the acting superintendent or director of public works comments. So thus I make my motion to reduce the appropriation.
And we'll now be debating the motion to amend by Mr. Hanlon. We can bring in Al DiNardo, Precinct 17. He is participating remotely. Mr. DiNardo.
No, I'm okay, Mr. Moderator. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion to amend? It is a majority vote. It is debatable. And again, once again, Mr. Siegel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Nate Siegel, Precinct 14. Perhaps Ms. Scarzi or someone from the town police chief could speak to why a full detail would be preferred on their end versus what Mr. Hanlon said of more of a flagman situation, just to get some clarity if that, what the reasoning behind that more involved presence would be.
Thank you. And who would care to respond? We have Chief Dana Flynn coming forward to address town meeting in response to a question from town meeting member Nathan Siegel.
Morning, everybody. As Sheila stated, this is a contingency. We probably won't know exactly what we need, how many we need, or when we need until the project gets started. As far as using flaggers, Massachusetts is a prevailing wage state, and I don't have the exact scale right now, but if you look or care to look, you'll see that the use of flaggers is comparable, almost comparable, perhaps sometimes more than the use of a police detail.
David Peck, Precinct 4.
David Peck, Precinct 4. My question is to the Capital Improvement Committee, because looking at the chart in terms of the ranking of projects, this particular project was ranked 37th by the CIC, and just would like to understand the rationale for that apparently low ranking.
Thank you. And is there anyone here from the Capital Improvement Committee who could speak to the ranking of the Bartlett Road Bridge construction? I'm not seeing anyone coming forward, Mr. Peck. And so we do have the motion to amend before town meeting. It is Mr. Hanlon's motion to amend. It is debatable. It's a majority vote. And one more time, we have town meeting member Michael Babini. Welcome, Mr. Babini.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mike Babini, Precinct 3. I have no problem with this article. I guess my concern is when you look at the contingencies and other costs at the end, which are called unusually incidentals, which I don't often see in contracts for this type, it's a 30%. So basically there's a 30% contingency on this project, which I think is excessive. I understand under today's terms, we got to be careful and set aside enough for any contingencies, but historically 10 to 15% is what contractors or projects like this carry for a contingency. So I really believe that 30%, and I've been seeing this in other town presented articles, is too high. Thank you.
Thank you. John Mahoney is the select board member. Welcome, John Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon. Good morning, everyone. To Mr. Peck's question, David, for the first time I participated in the CIC process. There was a different philosophy or approach put in this year. In prior years, you might have had tens of millions of dollars of requests where the town manager would say, we're only taking the top half. This time we went into that process, and Mr. Brindisi and your finance director, Mr. Brindisi asked your finance director, what can we afford? So when we went into that process, it was known by the entire committee that everything was going to advance to today. Nothing was getting cut out of the process, so can't really remember. They valued everything, and obviously I think you saw some of the public safety things rose to the top and some of the improvements in the school, but that was the key variable when we sat down that day and deliberated.
Sheila Scarzi, Acting Director, Department of Public Works, further responding to Michael Babini. Ms. Scarzi.
I just want to point out that post-pandemic, a lot of our project cost estimates have been carrying contingencies around 30%. Construction material costs have just been so unpredictable that is why we've been building in these healthy contingencies. And yes, this is a very, very conservative cost estimate. As an engineer, I'm always extra conservative. However, if we don't need that money, it won't be spent. So I think that's important to reiterate here.
Thank you. Please come forward.
George Brown, Precinct 7. I understand that my fellow town meeting members are looking this through the eyes of the Brook Road project. This is not the same thing. This concrete culvert, which was actually a sluiceway for the cranberry bog that was in operation at the time, the guardrails are barely hung on to the uprights on the edges. This is very unsafe condition. The curves necessary to enter and leave the bridge do not conform with any Mass DOT regulations. This project amount, I gulp when I see those numbers, but I also have had some recent work done to my house. Project materials are excessively expensive. Anything that involves metals are expensive. So to have a reinforced bridge is going to cost us that kind of money, and these other contingencies, sidewalk and such, are actually because at the same time, working with Tidmarsh, we're going to try and straighten that area out and actually have that bridge a safe means of travel for school buses, fire equipment, and our own citizens. I am voting against the denial of funds.
Yes, please come forward. We're debating Article 4B1. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Elise Bruno, Precinct 18. I know that the bridge we're talking about is a rare example of the stonework of that time. I believe it was built in 1889, somewhere around there. So I was wondering with the price of this project, if we're going to be incorporating that kind of architecture and design in there, or if we are starting over.
Thank you. And that's Elise Bruno is the town meeting member, Precinct 18. Sheila Scarzi.
I think you're referring to a different bridge, possibly the Brook Road Bridge. This is actually a concrete culvert on Bartlett Road right now.
Oh, okay.
So it's,
Thank you.
Yeah, it's not that old.
Thank you. And further discussion at the back of the room, yes?
Steve Stryer, Precinct 18. Just a question on page 69, item number 2, incidentals, lump sum $119,000. On page 71, included with the contingencies is incidentals at 10% for $210,000. Is that the same incidentals rounded up, or is that a separate incidentals? And can you just explain the difference, please?
Responding to Stephen Stryer, Precinct 18.
That would be an added contingency under incidentals, so they're separate.
So, okay, so would incidentals mean the same thing, or these? I'm just trying to understand why that's almost another 10% added to the contingencies for almost 45% contingencies.
Yes, it would be the same thing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Stryer, Precinct 18. We're going to go to remote participant Richard Neely, Precinct 15. Richard Neely will be coming to you remotely. He wants to speak on the motion. If we can bring in Mr. Neely at this time to our town meeting so that we can hear him and see him. And following Mr. Neely, we have Michael Babini, town meeting member, who will also be speaking on the motion on Article 4B1, Bartlett Road Bridge construction. When we do vote, we will first vote on Mr. Hanlon's motion to amend to reduce by $201,600. Welcome, Mr. Neely.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The spreadsheet on this construction basically lists a contingency factor of 30%. In most of the construction work that I have dealt with, a conservative estimate for contingency is 10%. While I agree that recent inflationary forces would cause a wise person to increase the contingency, doubling it to 10% seems reasonable. 30% seems high. Then, to include something called incidentals, another 30%. Basically, you're adding 60% to the cost without what incidentals not being terribly well defined. I would vote for Mr. Hanlon's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Babini.
You're welcome, Mr. Chairman.
We have a point of order from Patricia McCarthy. Please come to a microphone. A point of order interrupts the meeting and will take precedence over the speaker.
I move the question.
She's actually moving a question, making a motion. So I would report to town meeting that you see that Mr. Babini is still waiting to be heard once again. The motion to move the question is the motion to close debate. It is not debatable. I do not have anybody else in the speaker's queue waiting, and so when the light goes on, you will now vote as to whether to close debate on the motion to amend, on Mr. Hanlon's motion to amend. That is the motion from Patricia McCarthy to close debate. Vote now. You're voting on whether to close debate on Mr. Hanlon's motion to amend. A 2/3 yes vote will take us to the motion to amend vote. A no vote, less than 2/3, will continue to debate his motion to amend. Town meeting members are voting electronically with handsets in person. They are also voting remotely with the V-Voter platform. We are continuing with town meeting at this time. The voting has concluded on the motion to close debate. 100 say yes, 45 say no, 0 abstentions. We have 2/3. We will now close debate on the motion to amend. And as we go through the precincts, at the conclusion of scrolling through the precincts, we will go to Mr. Hanlon's motion to amend, which is to reduce the main motion under Article 4B1, reduce it by $201,600. We will now vote, and when the light goes on, you'll be voting whether to vote yes on the motion to amend, or no, or abstain. Town meeting members will vote when the light goes on. I will announce it for those who are participating remotely as to when you can begin voting now. You're voting on the motion to amend to reduce Article 4B1 by $201,600, a motion presented by Town Meeting Member Michael Hanlon. The motion to amend is a majority vote, while the final main motion will be a 2/3 vote. A motion to amend is a majority vote. Town meeting members are voting on the motion to amend the main motion. When the voting concludes, we will see the total, and then we will determine how to proceed with the main motion. The voting has ended on the motion to amend. 52 say yes, 89 say no, 2 abstentions. The motion fails. We now continue with debate on the main motion under Article 4B1 as presented by the Advisory and Finance Committee. It is a 2/3 vote on the main motion. It involves borrowing, which would be a 2/3 vote. I do have a point of order from Precinct 10, Frank Fager. If we can bring in Mr. Fager, who has a point of order. Welcome, Frank Fager, to Plymouth Special Town Meeting. You have a point of order, and we will bring you in. As soon as you have audio, you can begin speaking. Frank Fager is Precinct 10, and he has a point of order following our vote on the motion to amend under Article 4B1. Oh, here you are.
I'm present, Mr. Moderator.
So,
Was
Mr.
accidentally
Fager,
pressed.
yes, so I can explain your good example. If you continue to press your handset and you're here in person after the voting's concluded, it will show up on my screen as someone requesting to speak. Did you have a point of order?
Negative.
Thank you.
April Fools.
Yep. All right, we're on the main motion. Further discussion on the main motion? If not, I'm going to take a vote on, yes, Mr. Brown. George Brown is with Precinct 7. Mr. Brown, we're debating the main motion under Article 4B1.
I would like to make I would like to make a clarification for my fellow town meeting members. When reading the spreadsheet, we have here in the beginning site preparation incidentals. Those incidentals are for the site preparation, not incidentals further down on other parts of this project. Reading this and having read many of these, this is well laid out, and that's why we'll see multiple places where there's things that seem to be tagging on to similar names that we have in the previous. Having surveyed the area of the Bartlett Road Bridge, I think we're going to get out of it cheaply. Thank you.
Thank you, George Brown. We're continuing to debate Article 4B1. Yes, welcome to town meeting.
Virginia Johnson, Precinct 7. I live in Manamet, and I'm a little disturbed by all of the talk about finances when my main concern about this particular project is a bridge that needs replacing isn't safe. Last year we did Brook Road, and that project was turned down, and that bridge is closed. And actually, what that means is a person that lives off State Road, like me, would have only State Road to travel on in case something happened. So they consider Bartlett Road is a nice little country road, but actually it's very well traveled. The other thing about Bartlett Road is by putting sidewalks in, it's a good idea because that's a lovely road. It's adjacent to the Tidmarsh Farm thing, and I strongly support any bridges that are being talked about by an engineering people, because if they're not safe, it's a disaster. So please vote for the money for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Virginia Johnson, Precinct 7 for the debate. Please proceed.
Maureen Renaud, Precinct 6. It's an awful lot of money, I know, but if you spend any time in that area, you'll see that that bridge really kind of messes up a neighborhood. A lot of people go on bicycles, they push baby carriages, they walk, and as soon as you get to that bridge, it's very dangerous. When you're on that bridge, you can't cut off into the woods, you can't jump out of the way of a car. It's a very dangerous place, and there's lots of children there, and I am very much in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate on Article 4B1. Seeing no one in person or on the V-voter queue, we're going to go to the vote. When the light goes on, you'll be voting on the main motion. It's a 2/3 vote. For the Bartlett Road bridge construction, involves borrowing. You can vote now. Town meeting members are voting on Article 4B1, Bartlett Road bridge construction. It's a 2/3 vote to appropriate $3,250,000 to pay the costs of the Bartlett Road bridge construction. Town meeting members are in the morning session of the Plymouth Special Town Meeting, coming to you live from Plymouth North High School in the Center for Performing Arts. We began at 8 a.m. We will be taking our morning recess. Town meeting is voting currently on Article 4B1. The light has gone off. The voting has ended. We will now see the total. 138 say yes, 6 no, 3 abstentions. The motion carries by more than 2/3. Town meeting has been proceeding chronologically through the articles, and unless I receive any motions to change the order or motions to reconsider, I will continue chronologically until we complete all the remaining articles, and then we will be receiving a motion to dissolve. When there's a motion to dissolve, that means that you then cannot bring up any prior articles later during the annual town meeting. So I wanted town meeting members to be aware of that. Town meeting is now in recess at 9:57 a.m. for 15 minutes. Thank you. Good morning to town meeting members. We're going to reconvene our morning session, it being 15 minutes since we recessed at 10:12 a.m. Saturday all day, May 13th, rain or shine, 2023 Plymouth Hometown Cleanup. Volunteers are needed. You can join an existing group, create your own, or go out solo to help clean up a neighborhood, park, or roadway that needs some attention. You can sign up at Town Hall. The purple bags will be provided. Participate in the Plymouth Hometown Cleanup on May 13th. Leave the filled purple bags at your indicated drop location, preferably along a main road. Participate in a plastic reduction by asking about our waste audit. For questions, you can contact Patrick Farah at Town Hall at 508-322-3374 or pfarah at plymouth-ma.gov. The League of Women Voters is advising town meeting members in precincts 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, and 13. If you've not received a document outlining the major changes to the charter for the town of Plymouth, you can ask one of the League of Women Voters at their table, which is right outside the Center for Performing Arts. The League of Women Voters also has a calendar of upcoming meetings to discuss the proposed charter, and the League has not taken a position on the charter, but is seeking to educate voters about the changes to spark conversation and debate. I'd like to thank all of those who participated in the opening ceremony. Thank you to the Color Guard, American Legion Post 40, the Honor Guard, Sydney Palmer, Plymouth North High School senior, who performed the national anthem, and our own town meeting member, the Reverend Robert Pasmino for his participation in offering the invocation and the words of remembrance. We want to thank PAC TV, which is cable casting this town meeting live on Comcast 15, Verizon 47, and PAC TV's streaming channel, pactv.org/live. We thank Dave Antoine, Julie Thompson, Mark McKinley, Brooke Hoffman, Keith Hughes, David Maybrook, Christopher Quinn, Aaron Matinzi. This facility has been provided by the Plymouth School District for our use today. We'd like to thank Dr. Christopher Campbell for his support in the organization of this event. Thank you to Alan McLean, who's providing the audiovisual equipment for this session of town meeting. Performing Arts Center manager David Grossman. We thank Judy Kendall and Jill Davin for the behind-the-scene organization of this event. And the custodial team, the entire custodial staff at Plymouth North High School, including head custodian Sean Murray, O'Brien Allen, Jamie Wood, Jesse Reardon, and Jim Gavoni. Thank you to Tracy Dickerson, Susan Kendling, Hope Lyons, Melissa Nokira, food service providers at Plymouth North High School for providing lunch for this annual town meeting. Also, thank you to the Plymouth Schools Music Association for providing refreshments for this morning. And now at this time, I'd like to welcome to our Plymouth Town Meeting to address our town meeting, the town moderator for Brookline, Kate Poverman. Welcome, Kate Poverman.
Hi, thank you very much. It is really a pleasure to be here. My town is extremely jealous of your town that you are able to have a hybrid meeting and does not understand why we are not having a hybrid meeting. And maybe if they were seeing what is happening today and seeing how much preparation it took, they would understand why we cannot do it in what would effectively be a month or less. They say, well, it's 2 months, but it's not. We've been extremely impressed by all the preparation that has gone on here, how smoothly it is working. And what we will tell people is we are taking everything we are learning here today to apply it to our November town meeting, which will be a beautiful, seamless thing. So we appreciate very much letting us learn from you today. I'm here with my colleagues, Ben Kaufman, our town clerk, our state representative, Tommy Vitolo, 2 of our select board members, Bernard Green and Michael Sandman. And it really has been a wonderful learning experience, especially seeing how your very experienced moderator, Mr. Trifletti, leads you. I've only been in my position for 2 years, and so it is always nice to see how a master runs things. And I find that there are a lot of similarities to the way that Plymouth approaches things with very strong opinions that you are all not hesitant to express, and I applaud that. I think that is what town meeting is all about. And again, I thank you very much for inviting us to participate and see how you do things here. Thank you.
And town moderator Kate Poverman, town of Brookline. Special thanks to the town of Brookline for her predecessor, Sandy Gadsby. Sandy Gadsby was moderator for many years. He was a mentor to me. He's the dean of the Mass Moderators Association. And in fact, at the start of the pandemic, Sandy and I worked closely together trying to develop plans for remote town meetings. So Brookline has been very helpful to Plymouth behind the scenes in planning remote participation. So thank you for that. And at this time, we're going to continue with a motion to reconsider. William Arienti, Precinct 6, moves to reconsider Article 3. And according to our records, Mr. Arienti voted no, so he voted on the prevailing side, which means he can move to reconsider. A motion to reconsider is a majority vote. It is debatable. Mr. Arienti, on your motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move to vote for reconsideration on Article 3 in order to pay the legal fees which we undoubtedly occurred without question. And I'll make that motion if it is reconsidered.
Thank you. We'll now debate. I see on my screen that Jeanette Kelly, Precinct 4, has a point of order. Let's bring in Jeanette Kelly to determine if she does. She's in person, and that was a stray stroke on her handset. Thank you, Jeanette. Continuing on the motion to reconsider, any further discussion? If not, we're going to be voting, and I've been advised we're going to, first of all, take someone else, but when you do vote, do not vote until the light goes on. We had someone who voted prior to the light going on, and their vote did not register. Yes, Brendan Brady. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Brendan Brady from Precinct 10. So I actually voted no the first time as well. I'll explain my logic why. If free cash is the property of the residents.
So, Mr. Brady, you can speak to that if we move to reconsider. First, we're arguing.
Then let me state that I would vote not to reconsider then at this point because my vote would remain no. I wouldn't change it without the ability to debate. So I will back off for now. Okay.
All right. Anyone else care to speak for or against the motion to reconsider? If
I don't know if I can speak again.
Mr. Arienti, sure, go ahead.
The reason that I'm doing this is because we have something that's in question. The middle 15,907 is in question. And if this was to pass, I would make a motion to reduce that amount and make it just that we pay $15,346.80.
Further discussion on the motion to reconsider. Article 3, it's going to be a majority vote on whether to reconsider. Seeing no one, we're going to go ahead and vote when the light goes on. Wait until the light goes on and then you can vote. I will announce when the light goes on. You can vote now. Those of you participating remotely, you can now vote. This is a motion to reconsider Article 3 in Plymouth Special Town Meeting, coming to you live from Plymouth North High School on Obery Street in Plymouth. We are in the morning second session following our morning recess, and we will continue for approximately another 2 hours, at which time we will take a lunch recess. Plymouth Town Meeting is voting electronically in person, the V-Voter platform remotely. The light is on, they have 30 seconds, and the voting is ended. And now we will see whether or not we'll be reconsidering Article 3. This is a procedural motion. 119 say yes, 23 no, 2 abstentions. It carries. We are going to reconsider, and while you watch the precincts, I will read into the record a motion to amend the main motion, and Mr. Arienti, Precinct 6, moves to amend the main motion under Article 3 by reducing $15,907.14 from the total. This motion to amend is a majority vote. The final main motion will be a 9/10 vote. So, on the motion to amend, Mr. Arienti.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you to the members for voting to reconsider. We unquestionably contracted and accrued these, at least the top 15,000 and the 240 amount in legal fees. And I think that we should pay our bills that are unquestionable. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia McCarthy, followed by Mr. Withington. Patricia McCarthy on the motion to amend.
I believe the motion to amend is to delete some money.
It is. It's to delete.
He got me confused just now. I'm going to say no to the motion to amend. We still have bills to pay, and that's the total amount of bills to pay. And if I don't pay my credit card bills, they don't say, okay, that's all right. So we still will owe the money. So now's the time to pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia McCarthy. Moving on to Michael Withington. Good morning. Welcome again.
Michael Withington, Precinct 15. We owe the bills, if I am correct, after speaking with the finance director, and if we do not pay the bills, they have the chance of accruing interest or coming back to us with additional funds. So I suggest if we have a dispute on the bill that we pay everything in full. So I am against the motion to amend to reduce any monies for the total that is amount owed for services rendered.
Thank you. We're debating the motion to amend to reduce by $15,907.14. Yes, Mr. Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Brendan Brady, Precinct 10. I support Mr. Ariente's motion. I agree the bills need to be paid, but if we aren't privy to the information with what we're paying for them, then my problem is the source of the funds. I don't believe it should come from free cash. It should come from the administrative department's budget.
Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance, further responding.
If I could just add some information. So basically, these bills represent the month of January's services for our town council at the time. Unfortunately, they got overlooked. We actually didn't, we were in between town managers, so these got overlooked, unfortunately. What ended up happening was their budget, the legal budget at the end of the year in the town manager's office had money left, and what happens with that money is it closes out to free cash. So I'm recommending to use that free cash to actually now pay this bill. So that's basically what's happening, okay?
Any further discussions, Mr. Siegel?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Nate Siegel, Precinct 14. I have a couple questions. Hopefully you'll bear with me and allow a couple different questions here. So first of all, I think obviously some town meeting members are surprised and concerned about approving the payment of an invoice where we're not privy to what it was actually for, which I fully understand. So I'm curious, actually, I don't think we've fully dived into the invoices in this level of detail from Kopelman and Page. Is this a common practice where we receive invoices from them, or we have in the past where there was a claim of attorney-client privilege where town meeting wasn't privy, or the public wasn't privy to what that was? And as a follow-up to that, with the new in-house counsel, would town meeting as a standard practice be considered a client, and therefore that wouldn't be an issue?
Jack Brindisi, Town Manager.
Sure, thank you for the question. So as I had mentioned earlier, so one, I don't have the detailed invoices. So KP Law, RB Law, and other special counsel like Cedar Law, who represented the town in a personnel matter a year ago, all provide detailed invoices of what attorney worked on what cases. So as I mentioned earlier, KP at this time, at this juncture, a year ago, they were working on cases supporting the planning board in what they need for technical support, supporting the ZBA and what they needed for technical support. KP was also providing support to staff relative to open meeting law complaints, things of that nature. So again, unfortunately, I don't have the detailed breakdown. Some of that information is public knowledge. So again, we could talk about like a case the planning board is dealing with, but some of it is attorney-client privilege. Like if we're dealing with personnel cases, and we have today ongoing personnel cases that, quite honestly, we can't talk about, because that directly affects some of our employees, and it prevents us with our negotiating position. So as our finance director pointed out, we have to pay this bill. We'll come back in October with the bill again. Ask you to pay it. This time there may be a demand notice from KP Law. Again, this was an oversight by administrative staff at the time during the transition. The bill just wasn't paid. And as Ms. Barrett pointed out, the money that went unpaid fell to free cash. So that free cash was certified last summer. And so the finance director is suggesting to use that same dollar that was appropriated a year ago, except this time it's coming in the form of free cash. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack Brindisi.
Could I follow up, Mr. Moderator?
Go ahead, Mr. Siegel.
Thank you, Mr. Brindisi, for the explanation. But my question was, is this a common practice? Because basically, it could be very possible that these type of things have been happening, and town meeting has approved the payment of these similar types of invoices to Kopelman and Page, and this one just happens to be now getting a little bit of extra scrutiny, which that's completely fine. That's within the scope of town meeting. But I think perhaps if it was known that this was like a common practice and we've approved these type of funding and these payments before, it might put people at ease as well, it might put people at ease knowing that this won't be an issue with the new in-house counsel if that is indeed the case.
So I'm not quite certain what you mean by common practice. I think it's common practice to come before a town meeting and ask permission to pay an unpaid bill. As you know, that's a high level of scrutiny that requires a 9/10 vote. So that's a common practice. The common practice, are you referencing the way KP invoices a town?
Correct. Have we paid Kopelman and Page on invoices of a similar nature where there's been a claim of attorney-client privilege where the details of it have not been fully available?
So again, the details are fully listed in the invoice that KP sends Town Hall. That isn't in your booklet, that level of detail, because of the cases that were potentially involved. So it's common practice that we don't share all of the cases that we're involved in. However, if I were to go back to these invoices, and I was actually trying to look them up while I was sitting here, and I couldn't find those invoices with that level of detail, so I could talk with specific examples on what that $15,000 is associated with. And I don't have that in front of me today, but what I can tell you, though, is that the services that are rendered under that type of invoice, that general counsel type of invoice, has to do with land use and planning, has to do with dealing with open meeting law complaints, and any other type of general legal service that the town would require.
Thank you. We're going to move on. We have several other people who want to be heard. David Golden, Precinct 7, please come to the microphone.
Point of order.
Mr. Golden, yes.
Jeffrey DeLapp, Precinct 13.
Jeffrey DeLappe, I'm sorry.
I move the question.
Moves closed debate. Thank you, Mr. DeLappe. We have no one in the queue. We had 3 people standing who still want to be heard. This is to close debate on the motion to amend to reduce by $15,907.14. There will be no more debate on the motion to amend to reduce the $15,907.14. We will now vote on whether to close debate on that. So when the light goes on, procedural motion, 2/3 vote, you can vote now. The light is on. You're voting on whether to close debate on Mr. Arienti's motion to amend the Article 3 main motion. We need a 2/3 vote to close debate, and town meeting members are voting using the handset in person, and the remote participants are using the V-Voter platform. Town meeting is coming to you live from Plymouth North High School on Saturday, April 1st. We are in the second half of our morning session. The voting has concluded. We will now see whether or not we will be closing debate on the motion to amend. Yes, 124 say yes, 22 say no, 0 abstentions. The motion carries. We will now, once we scroll through the precincts, we will be voting on the motion to amend. And a point of order, Patricia Edelman, do you have a point of order? No. Okay. The vote is not on the screen. I'm seeing it in front of me. Can we scroll on the main screen for the town meeting members? I'm able to see. Let's go back to precinct 1 if we can. They're just seeing the closed captioning. My monitor is showing the precinct. It froze, I'm told. So welcome to Plymouth's first hybrid historic town meeting. But I will tell you that it's not close. So maybe if we could move on for the main vote. Patricia Edelman, do you have a question or a point of order?
I have a question for the town manager.
No, we just voted to close debate.
I thought we
No.
voted to close debate for the amendment.
Right, and so now we're going to vote on the motion to amend.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, but I will recognize you afterwards. How's that? If I don't have another motion. So at this time, we're going to move forward, and we are going to vote on Mr. Arienti's motion to amend the Article 3 main motion. His motion is to reduce the main motion by $15,907.14. When the light goes on, you can vote. You're going to vote on his motion to amend, to reduce. Okay? And again, this is not coming through as votes. OTI. So no light yet. All right, so we're going to start again and wait for the light to come on. So when the light comes on is when you can vote on the motion to, lights on, vote now. You're voting on the motion to amend under Article 3, the main motion. So you're voting yes, no, or abstaining on the motion to amend to reduce by $15,907.14. That was the motion to amend. It was a motion to reduce the total on the main motion. This is a majority vote as to whether a majority wants to amend. Voting has ended. 148 of 162. 20 say yes, 125 say no, 3 abstentions. It does not carry. We go back now to the main motion. And I have a point of order. Please come forward. Mr. Tavares has a point of order. It's also a time when I would take motions before further debate.
Matt Tavares, Precinct 2. Just, if you're gonna, I couldn't even hear quickly what that vote number was. If we can't see it, could you just say it again?
So 20 voted yes, 125 voted no, 3 abstentions. So we do not have majority vote to amend the main motion. So we're going to go forward now. Mr. Arienti's motion to amend failed. We are now debating the main motion. And before we go forward, unless I don't have any other motions to come before me, I'm going to go to Patricia Edelman.
Patricia Adelman, Precinct 12. The reason I voted no in the first place is because I did not think there was enough transparency about this article. So now I will, number one, I wanted to know if the invoice had anything to do with the negotiations with the former town manager. And second question is, I understand that our town manager has found the invoice. If he could be more specific about what's in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia Edelman, Precinct 12. Derek Brindisi, Town Manager.
I'm happy to answer all those questions. And thank you for the questions. So to answer your first question, the KP Law did not represent the town in any negotiations with the former town manager. In fact, there was a firm by the name of Cedar Law that was brought in as special counsel that represented the town's interest in that separation agreement. So this invoice, the labor invoice, would not be linked to those negotiations. Our assistant town manager was able to find the invoice that's in question, and I'll read some of the items in here. A lot of it's not confidential information, so I feel comfortable talking a little bit about some of the stuff if you're interested. So this is the 15097 invoice. Give me a second. 15907 invoice. So again, this is for general counsel, as I pointed out earlier. So some of the items that are listed here as general legal services, so telephone conferences with the select board regarding executive session, correspondence with the district attorney's office regarding some police department matters, correspondence with our records access officer regarding materials that were requested through the public records request system, evaluate a use of a title affidavit, review and analyze public records again. There was a case, there was a project with a Cedarville easement, so they helped draft that easement. There was some support Conservation Commission needed. There's a whole block of real estate items, so the Cedarville Cemetery easement was an item. Telephone conference with the interim town manager. Again, more on the Cedarville Cemetery. The Cedarville Cemetery alone, that project cost about $2,900, just that alone. And then there was a lot of support as we led up to town meeting, so telephone conferences with the town manager. And then there were requests regarding opera, so some legal research relative to opera, an issue with the Black Cat solar panels. Again, lots of opera here, I would say. The opera support, legal support, was approximately $6,500 in that invoice. The building commissioner needed some support relative to 31 Mayflower Street, represents $700. And then again, Conservation Commission had a case with the Borklands, the Josephs, Rowinski. And then last $1,500, KP at the time provided a lot of technical support when we would negotiate agreements relative to the host community agreements, so potential marijuana suppliers in the community. So in summary, that's the vast majority of the items. None of this is confidential, so again, I feel comfortable talking about these items. Thank you.
Thank you, George Brown, Precinct 7. Mr. Brown.
George Brown, Precinct 7. I think we're getting a little nitpicky. I do not believe Mr. Brindisi should supply us with a total inventory of every paperclip, staple, or pencil used in his office. And I feel the same way about this legal bill. Most of this is routine business of the town. It is a part of the executive branch. We are the legislative. And normally, this would be covered by the budget item that we had put forward. This is money we had already dedicated. But unfortunately, the bill was lost, and it made the good old July 1 cutoff to move all that money that should have gone to KP Law into free cash. This is a non-entity. We should pay these bills. Thank you.
Further discussion? If not, we're going to go forward and take a vote on the main motion under Article 3. It's a 9/10 vote. You will vote when the light is on. And this is, again, on the main motion. Vote now. Article 3 of the special town meeting warrant. Coming to you live from Plymouth North High School is Plymouth's special town meeting being held April 1st. We're in the morning session. We're in the session following the morning recess. We will continue to midday, at which point we will take a lunch recess. Following Article 3, we will move back in the warrant to Article 5. Town meeting members are voting in person, electronically, and remotely on a V-Voter platform. The voting has concluded. We will now take the totals on the vote. 144 say yes, 1 no, 1 abstentions. The motion carries by more than 9/10. And now, as you see the precincts behind me, you can see how you voted and how your fellow town meeting members voted. But while that goes through, I'm going to read into the record Article 5, Facility Capital Maintenance Stabilization Fund. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to authorize the Select Board to appropriate $630,725 to the Facility Capital Maintenance Stabilization Fund as authorized by the provisions of General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 5B, as amended, and that to meet this appropriation, transfer such sum of money from free cash. Mr. Canty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In a vote of 12 in favor, none in opposition, and 1 abstention, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 5. Approval of this article will authorize the town to transfer $630,725 from free cash to the Facility Capital Maintenance Stabilization Fund for future use as it relates to capital maintenance of town-owned buildings. The current balance in the fund is $5,060,111.28. As with all stabilization funds, a 2/3 vote of town meeting will be required for any future withdrawals from this stabilization fund.
Donald Williams, Precinct 8, followed by Jeffrey DeLapp, Precinct 13. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Don Williams, Precinct 8, Vice Chair. I am going to vote for this, but I would like to know what's going on with our fund that is designated to look at preventive maintenance. We haven't heard anything about that in a long time. I think it's a good thing to put money into that fund, but I would rather see something going on with that money. I'd rather see you spending the money on some preventive maintenance, because that's been a problem for quite some time.
Anyone care to respond? Lynn Barrett is the Director of Finance, responding to Donald Williams. We are debating Facility Capital Maintenance Stabilization Fund. Lynn Barrett.
Thank you. So as part of our updated free cash policy, we put so much money towards capital maintenance. And you'll see in Article 9 of the annual town meeting that the building maintenance department, facility maintenance, and the school department have several projects that are being recommended for funding. And we're actually paying free cash for those, and or old articles, like Burke's Law articles. This money that's in free cash that we're recommending to put into the Facility Capital Maintenance Fund is to help support any future maintenance projects that may be requested at town meeting if we don't have free cash available at that time to do it. So that's why we're socking away some money into free cash, into the Facility Capital Maintenance Stabilization Fund, which is money left from free cash that isn't in our policy. We are actually reserving about 1.4 million of our free cash to roll over into the following fiscal year, so we're not spending all of it. So if that helps answer the question.
Thank you.
I'm just curious as to whether there's a plan for preventive maintenance. We see the money going in, we see some of it coming out. Do we see an overall overriding plan?
So the facility the facility maintenance department in DPW does have a plan. They incorporate repairs and maintenance within their regular operating budget. Anything that is capital in nature that's going to exceed a $15,000 threshold and add to the useful life of the asset for more than 5 years, that has to be done in Article 9, which is our capital. So you'll see those projects that are in his plan put forward. We actually just presented a 10-year capital plan to the select board this past week that includes a lot of facilities maintenance projects in there that we will address sort of like as the years go by. We need to, as I call it, we need to work on it because we can't possibly do everything that's in there. So we need departments to really focus on priorities, on manageability, and in funding. So we will work with each of those departments as we put forward those projects in the future, but it's all part of like a 10-year plan that the facility maintenance department has already put together. Okay.
Thank you. Please come forward. Yes.
Chris Merrill, Precinct 11. Question for Lynn. In regards to the $5 million that's in the stabilization fund now, of that allocation of monies that are in there in the investment vehicle, how much is secured by FDIC? And is it fully secured, if so, in cash deposit accounts?
Thank you. Town Meeting Member Christopher Merrill. Lynn Barrett.
So we have the funding of our Facility Capital Maintenance Stabilization Fund in one bank. So it is in our Hingham Bank, and so for FDIC insurance on that, it would only be $250. What we're doing with some of the banks now is they'll do sort of overnight, I'm not sure the terminology with it, but we've met with many of our banking partners because we have obviously millions of dollars in lots of banks. So we obviously work on, we want to try to protect all of our money as much as we can. So we do that through either notes with the departments, through US Treasury, or we do it through FDIC, or we do it through those banks moving our deposits at their location to other banks at $250,000 a whack, so they move it around. It's very technical and complicated, as I'm sure you're in the banking world, so you're familiar with what I'm talking about. But we look at security, obviously, sometimes prior to how much we're going to yield on our money, just to make sure that it's safe.
Thank you. Any further discussion, Article 5? If not, we're going to go to the vote on the main motion when the light goes on. When the light goes on, you can then vote. Town meeting members are in the morning session. We're voting. You can vote now. You're voting. You have 30 seconds in which to vote on Article 5, Facility Capital Maintenance Stabilization Fund. It's a majority vote. We will continue through the warrant chronologically until the midday recess. Town meeting is coming to you live from Plymouth North High School on Aubrey Street in Plymouth on Saturday, April 1st. It's our live morning session following the morning recess. Town meeting members are voting on Article 5, the Facility Capital Maintenance Stabilization Fund. The voting has concluded. We will now see the total vote. 142 yes, no, 0, 1 abstentions. It carries. And we'll go through the precincts. You can see how that you did vote. We'll notice that 143 out of 162 town meeting members participated in that vote. We're having a high number of town meeting members. Our quorum is 108. We are currently at 143. We will now continue in the warrant as you see how your votes were tabulated. Article 6, General Purpose Stabilization Fund. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to authorize the Select Board to appropriate $1,789,594 to the General Purpose Stabilization Fund as authorized by the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 5B, as amended, that to meet this appropriation, transfer such sum of money from free cash. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 13 in favor, 0 in opposition, and no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 6. Approval of this article will authorize the town to transfer $1,789,594 from free cash to the General Purpose Stabilization Fund. This will replenish the stabilization fund after money was previously taken out of it to pay the annual debt service on the town hall project while we waited for meals tax revenue coming into the 1820 courthouse fund to recover from the impacts of the pandemic. As with all stabilization funds, a 2/3 vote of town meeting will be required for any future withdrawals from this stabilization fund.
It's a majority vote. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll go to the vote. When the light goes on, we will then vote on the vote can start now. The light is on. You're voting on Article 6, the General Purpose Stabilization Fund. This is on the special town meeting warrant for Plymouth's special town meeting on Saturday, April 1st, 2023. We are at Plymouth North High School. For anyone that wants to come and be here with us in person, we are open to the public for this hybrid town meeting. Those town meeting members who want to participate remotely are doing so. The voting has concluded on the Article 6 special town meeting motion. The total is 143 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions. It carries unanimously. We will now, as you see, your voting, I'm going to read into the record that Article 7 is withdrawn. Article 8. Article 8 is to amend the bylaws, Chapter 71, Section 10, to accept gifts of land and easements. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to authorize the Select Board to accept gifts of land and easements or any other interest in land for any and all purposes without a town meeting vote, provided that no funds need be appropriated in order to accept the specified gift of land. Mr. Canty.
In a vote of 10 in favor, 1 in opposition, and no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 8. Approval of this article will authorize the Select Board to accept gifts of land and easements or any other interest in land for any and all purposes without a town meeting vote, provided that no funds need to be appropriated in order to accept the specified gift of land.
Thank you. And we do have a motion to amend the main motion. Al DiNardo, Precinct 17, moves to amend the language to insert and add after gifts of land of 1/2 acre or less. Al DiNardo, Precinct 17, do you care to speak on your motion to amend? If we can bring in Mr. DiNardo, he is participating remotely. He will be followed by William Abbott, Precinct 16, Lawrence Pizer, Precinct 3. We're bringing in Mr. DiNardo. Go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Moderator. Al DiNardo, Precinct 17. First of all, when Plymouth is receiving compliments from the town of Brookline that we're ahead of the curve, from a community that was ahead of the curve on climate change and the Vietnam War, that's a good morning for Plymouth. So congratulations on our remote meeting. Mr. Moderator, I've being relatively new to the town, I reached out to a number of town meeting members that were uncomfortable with this, with town meeting abdicating its authority. If you've been involved in town meeting long enough, it seems like we're losing more and more control. But I am also sensitive to the fact that the board wants us to be nimble on this issue. I think there was an issue with the cemetery that they needed an easement. And I just feel uncomfortable having large tracts of land out of the hands of being approved by town meeting. In my previous community, I've saw corporations that would dovetail, maybe not an express quid pro quo, but dovetail gifts of land as a talking point. So I think town meeting knows their precincts well and would be best to handle large tracts of land, and we could call a town meeting to do so. So I hope my colleagues support my amendment. I feel it's a compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, William Abbott, Precinct 16, followed by Lawrence Pizer, Precinct 3. We'll continue with the debate, but when we vote, we'll first vote on the motion to amend by Mr. DiNardo. We are currently debating Article 8.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bill Abbott, Precinct 16. I will vote no on this Article 8. There's no justification given for it anywhere in the FinCom report. There's a simple short letter at the end of the report, a single sentence asking us to vote in favor of this removal of the power from town meeting. And this letter is inexplicably signed by the town clerk and no one else. I've heard no credible rationale for for scooping the power from town meeting in this process so that the town can receive a gift without consulting us. The arguments make no sense and ignore what town meeting is all about. Examine the two rationales. The first, that we should exclude town meeting from the loop since it only prolongs things. Have the decision made by a few insiders. No reason to get bogged down in getting the people's 162 eyes here in this room, pairs of eyes, looking at what's involved in the gift and the ramifications. And the argument that the gift can't wait, the chair of the CPC has told me that never once in the last 20 years has a gift been retracted because we couldn't act soon enough to approve it. They're getting nothing for the gift. People that make the gift can certainly afford to wait. And remember, it's easy to call a special town meeting with 30 days notice. And what about the other rationale, that many gifts of land are so small they're inconsequential and it's not worth the effort to take them to town meeting? Again, this argument fails to hold water as well. Town meeting involves a very useful vetting process, no matter the size of the gift, be it land valued at $10 million or $100. No matter what the price is, gifts of land are a serious piece of business and should be put through a vetting process. We should look for hidden agendas. Why might the select board really want the parcel? And does it perhaps fit into a larger development picture? What about hidden pitfalls like dumping on the land, hazardous wastes, or attractive nuisance, or unsafe condition on the property? Potential problems from neighboring properties, and other liability issues the town would be assuming by accepting the property. Such matters should be looked at before accepting any gift of land, and they are only the tip of the iceberg. In summary, I will always be opposed when proposals are made to take powers away from this town meeting. They are really taking the power away from the people. We are the people's representatives. The people deserve a voice in this process, and therefore I submit the town meeting should stay in the gift receipt process. I urge you to join me in voting no on this Article 8. Thank you.
That was William Abbott, to be followed by Lawrence Pizer, Precinct 3, to be followed by Betty Cavaco, and then Catherine Holmes. Welcome, Lawrence Pizer.
Lawrence Pizer, Precinct 3. I've been doing research on town meeting in Plymouth. Over the first 100 years of this town, somewhere in the order of 75 to 80% of the matters taken up by town meeting were land purchases, changes, surveys. It was the main business of town meeting. We have now moved to the 21st century. We do need an extra set of eyes. The danger that we face is that land that the town might add could end up being a liability to the town. It might not be. That's where town meeting can come and deal with it. The argument about speed and agility, if someone wants to make a gift to the town and demands speed, that's when we should worry.
Betty Cavaco, Chair, Select Board, followed by Catherine Holmes, Precinct 9. Welcome, Betty Cavaco.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator and town meeting members. I'm not up here telling you whether to vote for something or not, especially this article, but I do take offense on behalf of my board that people are insinuating that we are trying to do something underhanded. No one's trying to take power away from anyone. The whole point of this article was to be more efficient, but clearly in some of the past things that we've seen recently, efficiency isn't at certain speakers' top priority.
Catherine Holmes, Precinct 9. Catherine Holmes is participating virtually, followed by Bill Cohane, Precinct 3, who's also participating remotely. We'll first hear from Catherine Holmes, Precinct 9. Catherine Holmes. Good morning. When we are able to bring her in, we will hear from her. Town meeting members today are in a hybrid, and they are able to participate remotely. I'm seeing on the screen that we have a number of people who are on the panelists. Let's bring in Catherine Holmes, Precinct 9, followed by Bill Cohen, who is Precinct 3. They are both participating remotely, and they want to speak on Article 8, which is to amend the bylaws, Chapter 71, Section 10.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Catherine, good morning.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Very good. Sorry for that. I never got the request, so very good. I just want to support every single thing that Bill said. I will be voting no on Article 8. And I think that this is the whole reason why we have this form of government, so that we're able to make these kinds of decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Bill Cohen, Precinct 3, followed by Precinct 2, Nancy Davis, who is also participating remotely. Let's go with Bill Cohen. Bill Cohen, Precinct 3.
Hello, Bill Cohen with Precinct 3. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Today, I'm not speaking in the capacity of the Community Preservation Act. I'm speaking in the capacity of a town meeting member who's been involved in land acquisitions over the last 21 years. I haven't seen a need for town meeting to advocate this responsibility. I'm not casting any dispersions on town staff or the Board of Selectmen in terms of their transparency and their accountability. This is really about keeping the acceptance of a gift of land as available to public discussion as possible, because having 163 eyes analyzing why we're taking this land is critical. We want to know why we're taking the land, who we're taking the land from, what condition is the land in, what are we going to use the land for. These things need to be discussed in an open format. I believe town meeting provides that opportunity, and in my efforts to preserve land over the last 21 years, I haven't run into a situation where the town has missed an opportunity. So I think that until a situation like that arrives, there are things that we can do to accommodate if town meeting can't meet in a timely manner. So there are other options other than giving up this responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill Cohan and Catherine Holmes. Both of you, your video is not showing. I'm not sure if it's from your end. Nancy Davis, you fell off the screen.
No, I'm
If
here.
You,
I'm in
okay.
person.
Did you want to be heard?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, there you are. Hi, Nancy.
Hi. Yeah, when I was in our caucus, if you do go to those and ask questions, it's helpful. I did ask, if we accept these things, do they go through an approval? Because I'd asked about like EPA or whatever, and apparently it does go through an approval process, everyone. So it's not like they're just skipping over it and saying, oh, sure, we'll gladly take your gift. So I'm actually going to vote yes, because I think they're just trying to make an efficient thing here, and it's not about duping us or creepy or anything. And they do make sure they inspect the land and everything like that. So
Lee Hartman, Director of Planning and Development, further responding to town meeting members. Welcome, Mr. Hartman.
Welcome. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Just a few observations for you. We've had, from time to time, people come into my office looking to give a gift of land, and they want to do it for a tax write-off. And if I tell them now, well, no, we can't accept it, you'll have to wait till next year, that may not work for them because they can't get the tax write-off that they want this year for whatever reason. A second thing, I'll tell you many times people come to me and say, I want to offer a gift, and in this example, I'd say, okay, we'll look at that in October. And on more than one occasion, they've said, I'll just simply stop paying taxes. Then the town will spend thousands of dollars to take that land for foreclosure for failure to pay taxes, and we still end up with it, and it doesn't go through this process. And then just the final observation is we do accept a number of properties every year that never goes to town meeting. State law allows us to do that through the Conservation Commission as gifts of land to the commission. So we do it already. So again, just 3 observations. Thank you.
Mr. Williams, did you care to be heard? Mr. Williams? Donald Williams, Precinct 8, to be followed by Michael Babini. Donald Williams on Article 8.
I just want to say 2 words, Symes House.
Michael Babini, Article 8.
Should I call you Mr. Moderator or Master Moderator? Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have complete faith in selectmen, but my concern is this. Often gifts of land come with restrictions and conditions. And unless they don't, I think this town meeting, should have the opportunity to address these conditions before the land is purchased. So for that reason alone, I don't believe that this amendment should be passed. Thank you.
Nathan Siegel, Precinct 14.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Procedural question. If the motion to amend passes, is that the end of it? Does that mean that's the main motion and it's then carried forward? Or if the motion passes, we would still have an up or down vote on the amended motion?
So we would vote on the motion to amend. That's going to be our first vote. And after it is voted, if it passes, it becomes part of the main motion. If not, we continue with the main motion and we will continue to debate until...
So I'm voting yes on the motion to amend because I want to limit, if it does go through, I'm in favor of limiting it, but overall I would be against the overall concept of removing this oversight ability from town meeting. Thank you.
Anyone further on the debate on the motion to amend? Yes.
Hi, good morning. Victor Hansen, Precinct 9. I just look at it very plainly as it is our responsibility and duty as town meeting members to put an eye on anything that happens. It's what we do. It's what we're here for. And it could potentially in life be a very slippery slope as we go ahead and say, we don't need to see this, and we don't need to see that, and go ahead and do this. And I think I'm going to vote no on the main motion, on the main article, to keep this in town meeting's hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes, Mr. DiNardo?
Mr. Moderator, thank you.
Mr. DiNardo,
You know,
Mr. DiNardo, hold on. I hear that I have a procedural motion. Will someone please come forward who shouted out the procedural motion? Wrestling Brewster, I believe, is moving the question to close debate. Is that right, Mr. Brewster?
Yes, it is, Mr. Moderator.
Thank
I
you.
move the
Okay,
question.
no more debate, but we can appreciate that Mr. DiNardo still wishes to be heard. So you're now going to vote on whether to close debate on his motion to amend. When the light goes on, you'll be voting on whether to close debate on the motion to amend. Vote now. You're voting, it's a 2/3 procedural vote as to whether to close debate on the motion to amend. The motion to amend was to add additional language of 1/2 acre or less. We are deciding now whether to end the debate on that motion to amend and whether to move forward to vote on that motion to amend. Town meeting members have 30 seconds in which to vote, and when the light goes off, the voting will be concluded, and town meeting is continuing and the voting is ended on that motion to close debate. The vote 118 yes, no 25, 0 abstentions. The motion carries by more than 2/3. We have now ended the debate on Mr. DiNardo's motion to amend. We will go through the precincts, and once we've completed the precincts, we will then go and vote on the motion to amend. Town meeting is voting electronically with handsets, and 33 town meeting members are voting remotely with a V-Voter platform, as well as using the Zoom webinar platform. That concludes. When the light goes on, we're now going to vote on Mr. DiNardo's motion to amend. It is a majority vote on the motion to amend when the light goes on. And when the light goes on, we will then go forward on the motion to amend. You can vote now. Remember not to vote until the light goes on. I see one town meeting member voted before the light went on. Mr. Kuzmin, you may want to vote again, since your vote was not recognized prior to the light. We are voting. Town meeting members have 30 seconds in which to vote, and we are voting on the motion to amend. It is a majority vote, and thereafter town meeting members will continue to vote and debate on the main motion, and the voting has completed, and the results, 73 say yes, 70 say no, 1 abstentions. It carries. It's a majority vote. You can see how your town meeting members voted. The greens are yes, the reds are no, the yellow is an abstention. So the motion does carry. We now have a main motion as amended, adding the language of 1/2 acre or less, and the main motion as amended will be a majority vote, and we will continue to debate it. If anyone else cares to be heard on the main motion, if not, we will go and vote the main motion as amended.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, Mr. DiNardo?
Point of order on, to be honest with you, Mr. Moderator, I'm glad this had passed. I want to thank as it was amended, I should say. I'm sorry.
What's your point of order, Mr. DiNardo?
It was just moving the question at times, and I'm just used to that. If there's any further information out there,
Mr.
then we
DiNardo,
want that information to come forward. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
Okay, that's not a point of order, Mr. DiNardo. But we'll continue. We're debating the main motion as amended. Any further discussion? If not, I'm going to call for the vote on the main motion as amended. And when the light goes on, town meeting members can vote now. You're voting on the main motion as amended. It's to amend bylaws, chapter 71, section 10, accept gifts of land and easements We've added the language of 1/2 acre or less. Town meeting members are voting. They are using their handsets for the electronic voting, and they are voting by V-voter. We are on Article 8. The voting has continued. The light is still on. Town meeting members have 30 seconds in which to vote. If the voting has ended, we will now see the vote. It's a majority vote that is required. 40 say yes, no 103, 2 abstentions. The motion does not carry, and town meeting members can see the manner in which you did vote. Again, town meeting members reminded do not vote until the light goes on. But we are continuing through the warrant, and as you see how town meeting members voted, I'll read the motion for Article 9. Airport Capital Supplemental Appropriation, amendment to Article 9, A 30 and 31, passed April 2, 2022. Mr. Caney moves town appropriates an additional sum of $10,150 to supplement the $8,600 appropriation under Article 9, A 30, passed April 2, 2022, to pay additional costs of the runway environment assessment, EA, and for the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, for a total appropriation of $18,750, and that the town appropriate an additional sum of $75,000 to supplement the $100,000 appropriation under Article 9, 831, passed April 2, 2022, to pay additional costs of the airport hangar installation replacement, and for the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, for a total appropriation of $175,000. That to meet this appropriation, $85,150 shall be transferred from airport retained earnings. Mr. Canty.
In 2 separate votes, one with 11 in favor, 0 in opposition, and no abstentions, and one of 12 in favor, 0 in opposition, and no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 9. Approval of this article will authorize additional appropriations to the vote taken on Article 9 of the 2022 Spring Annual Town Meeting for the airport runway environmental assessment and hangar insulation replacement projects as detailed in the table in the report and recommendations book and the Supplement 1 packet. The materials in Supplement 1 explain that our second vote was necessary because after the Advisory and Finance Committee's first hearing on this item, the project was put out to bid and the lowest bid came in higher than the total amount that they had requested at our first hearing due to the volatile construction market at present. The airport manager then requested a higher amount to cover the increased bid and any further unforeseen events or circumstances that may transpire between now and the completion of the project. The funding for this supplemental appropriation will be airport retained earnings and other available funds and grants.
Discussion on Article 9. Please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning. Sandra Mumford, Precinct 15. I just have a question about enterprise funds in general. The airport is an enterprise fund. When we vote money for any of the enterprise funds, that money is always going to come back to the town. Is that correct? Because an enterprise fund is one that costs the town no money. They're supposed to support the monies that they spend.
Question from Sandra Mumford, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 15, to Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance. Welcome, Lynn Barrett.
I think the question, so these 2 projects are airport projects. They're being funded from the airport retained earnings. Okay. If they end up not spending all of that money would return to the airport enterprise fund.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, my question was just that whatever money we vote is always going to be paid for by that enterprise entity. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? If not, we're going to go to the vote when the light goes on Article 9 in the special town meeting warrant. When the light goes on, town meeting members will vote. We're proceeding. Vote now. We're proceeding through the town meeting warrant. After Article 12, we will have a motion to dissolve. Town meeting members are voting on Article 9. It's a majority vote for Article 9, Airport Capital Supplemental Appropriation. Town meeting is coming to you live on Saturday, April 1st, 2023. We are at Plymouth North High School in person. 33 members are participating remotely. We have a hybrid town meeting in Plymouth this year. We are voting on Article 9 in the special town meeting. It's a majority vote. Town meeting members have voted. We're now waiting for the totals. And the town meeting, 141 say yes, no, 0, 1 abstention. The motion carries. For Article 9, the Airport Capital Supplemental Appropriation. And as you watch for the voting, I'm going to read into the record Article 10, Municipal Airport Sewage Treatment Plant Upgrade Supplemental Appropriation Amendment to Article 4B1, passed April 2, 2022. Mr. Canty moves the town appropriates an additional sum, $1,931,270, to supplement the $2,250,000 appropriation under Article 4B1, passed April 2, 2022, to pay additional costs of upgrades to municipal airport sewage treatment plant, and for the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, for total appropriation $4,181,270. And that to meet this appropriation, the Treasurer, with the approval of the Select Board, is authorized to borrow $1,931,270 under and pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7(1). You have the rest of the text, Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 11 in favor, 0 in opposition, and no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 10. Approval of this article will authorize a supplemental appropriation of $1,931,270 to the vote taken on Article 4B1 of the 2022 Spring Special Town Meeting to pay for upgrades to the municipal airport sewer treatment plant. The funding for this supplemental appropriation will be airport retained earnings and other available funds and grants.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to the vote. When the light is on, we will begin our voting. Town meeting members can watch. The light is on. You can now vote on Article 10. It is a 2/3 vote. It involves borrowing, which is a 2/3 vote. Town meeting members are continuing through the special town meeting warrant. We'll continue with Article 11, followed by Article 12, and thereafter a motion to dissolve the special town meeting. We are currently voting on Article 10, which is a 2/3 vote of Plymouth Special Town Meeting on April 1, 2023. Town meeting is in a hybrid. The voting has ended. We will now have the vote, and the vote is 142 yes, 2 no, 0 abstentions. It carries by more than 2/3. As you see how your town meeting members voted, we're going to continue with the Article 11 motion, amending special legislation meals tax. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to authorize Select Board to petition the General Court to amend Sections 1 and 2, Chapter 363 of the Acts of 2014, entitled An Act Authorizing the Town of Plymouth to Establish an 1820 Courthouse Fund. And the text is here as to how we're going to amend that, Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 12 in favor, 0 in opposition, and no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 11. Approval of this article will petition the Massachusetts General Court to amend existing special legislation known as the 1820 Courthouse Fund, to rename it the Facilities Improvement Fund, eliminate the sunset clause that deposits the revenue received through the local meals tax into the fund, and expand the permissible uses for money in the funds to include the 1820 courthouse and its associated properties, and any other education, public safety, or public works facility. Until the town hall debt is paid off, the town intends to meet its annual obligations on the existing town hall debt before appropriating any additional monies towards any of these other permissible uses.
John Mahoney, Select Board, followed by Betsy Hall. Mr. Mahoney, welcome to Plymouth Special Town Meeting.
Thank you again, Mr. Moderator. Before I get into 11, I just want to say that I was honored to get elected to the Select Board 6 years ago next month, and I was elected with Ms. Cabarco, and I can tell you there's never been a dull moment. But I want to thank you, Betty, not only for your dedicated passion for the community, but specifically for the village of Manamet, okay? And I think Mr. Quintal will agree that there are second acts. Special Town Meeting Article 11. You've heard it already today from numerous speakers. Planning, 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 okay? Being fiscally prudent. The guy in the red sweater said that earlier, okay? So what are we talking about here? We're talking about long-term fiscal planning. For centuries, government has been criticized for doing nothing but raising property taxes and no long-term planning. So we had a presentation by our finance director last Tuesday night at the select board meeting. You've taken your capital plan from 5 to 10 years. If you saw the spreadsheet, the top column, the department heads need $600 million for infrastructure in the next 10 years. So if you have the capability of thinking 20 to 40 years out like I do, it's really $2 to $4 billion all day long, okay? And your current plan as we stand here today is to raise property taxes on all the residents and all the businesses in this community. This article tackles that head on and gives you another option. It's increasing fiscal flexibility, and it's putting this community in a position 3 to 5 years from now to invest in complementary pieces of infrastructure without raising property taxes. So, 9 years ago this month, in a different building on almost the same location, you passed 2 articles back to back. You passed the meals tax option, and then you passed the enabling legislation. You created the vehicle, the account, where all that revenue went into, and it was only going to be dedicated to pay for the debt service on your new town hall. So you have 3 mortgages on that building. One expires in fiscal year 45, the other one in 46, and the last one in 47. They add up to $1.8 million. There was a sunset clause in that, July 1st of 2040. Because of that, now the perception was, among some of us, maybe the majority, that the tax was going to go away and stop. It wasn't. The sunset clause was on whether or not that tax was going to be continued to be handled in a conservative manner. It's not, as currently written. It off-ramps right into the general fund. And because of that, your finance director had it coming out on July 1st of 2040 of having a balance of 15 to 20 million. She used an escalator of 3%. So that because the money was going to revert to the general fund, you would have sufficient reserves to pay the last 7 mortgage payments on that building. 7 times 1.8 is 12.6 million. You would have shown up in 47. You would have made your last mortgage payment on the new construction of the town hall, and you would have had, in theory, $4 to $8 million in balance there. Okay? You don't want to let that money go into the general fund. Okay? We're in a perpetual state of needing fire stations, schools, and other sorts of infrastructure. Okay? If you amend this, you're going to have the option just a few years down the road. You can either tear up the note on the new town hall and then aggressively pay it off earlier, or you can do a complementary piece. Okay? So in municipal finance, when you take out a bond or a mortgage on a piece of infrastructure, you can't tear the note up prior to the 10-year anniversary unless you can get a superior interest rate. So the interest rate on the current building, the new construction of town hall, is 3.2%. The market right now is in the 4 to 6 range, okay? So you would get to FY28, you could either, in theory, tear the note up and take it from 20 years left on that building down to 15 or 10, depending on the numbers, or, because I expect that delta, I expect the meals tax to be in the $2.6 to $3 million range by then. You can continue to pay your mortgage payment on town hall, and then you could do something incremental. You could do something such as a $7 million contribution that Chris Campbell, the superintendent of schools, might need for a South Elementary modernization. You could handle a $10 million fire station, or you can contribute, not handle in its entirety, but you can contribute to a $100 million new elementary school in North Plymouth. So when we saw that presentation the other night, we have been told by the superintendent of schools that in a perfect world, you're going to have a shovel in the ground in 27. And Lynn Barrett has already put in $50 million as a placeholder for your portion of an elementary school for FY29 in that budget. So this is for increased flexibility. We've expanded the language from the new construction of the town hall to go with the big three. We went with public works, education, and public safety, repair, modernization, new construction. The controls of whoever touches money out of that fund still stays with this body. And if you get up to FY28 and you decide that you're not going to cut up the mortgage on the new town hall and you're going to do a complimentary piece, your first priority moving forward will be you're going to pay that $1.8 million in the town hall and then anything else you choose to do subsequently. So I know I didn't have any questions on this issue when I went to the caucuses, but I'll be available now if you've thought of any, okay?
Betsy Hall, Precinct 16. Mr. Hanlon, if you could step aside, we have another town meeting member.
Hi,
who's not
Betsy Hall,
spoken.
Precinct 15. I'm here to ask you to vote against this article. This article comes before us, I believe, with a wonderful intention, but I'm asking you to vote against it for 3 reasons. One, I was a member of town meeting when this was passed. The first 2 times this town looked at a meals tax, the residents rejected it at the polls. They said, we do not want a meals tax in the town of Plymouth. When the meals tax was married to the town hall, and the residents of this town were told, we're only going to use this meals tax for the town hall, then the residents supported this. So in my opinion, we're going back on a promise to our residents that if you pass the meals tax, residents, we'll only use the money for town hall. The second reason I'm against this is the word operation. Look on page 101. This is not just for building. This is for operation of buildings. So if you look at the second full paragraph, it says construction, demolition, renovation, operation of any building at all, any building, operation. And I don't think that that's how we want this money to be spent. I don't think we're looking for the money from the meals tax to be spent on the operation of a building. So the last reason is because I suggest that this article come back. Please vote no on it now and let it come back as a 1822 courthouse stabilization fund. We already have a facilities stabilization fund. I don't think we need another one, but I think we know today that we had to take money from the general fund in order to pay for the mortgage on the town hall during the pandemic because we didn't have enough meals tax. That could happen again. There could be a time in the future when we just don't have enough meals tax to meet our mortgage. If we had an 1820 courthouse stabilization fund, rather than going to the general fund for this money, we could go to the stabilization fund. As that stabilization fund grew, it could be used to pay off a mortgage. Finally, there's a concern of where this money will go in 2040. At that time, there will be hopefully a town meeting or whatever form of government will be able to decide how they want that money to be used. I don't think we need to decide today how money is going to be used or voted on use in 2040. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I don't have to.
Town meeting member.
Good afternoon, Mark Thomas Maslowski, Precinct 10. I'm not against the concept so much as I am the wording. Currently, the way we construed this and voted this was that the meals tax went directly to the 1820 project. As this is written now, it indicates that it could go one of 6 different places. Now, we know Chris needs a new school. We know the fire chief wants a new fire headquarters. I'm assuming that the police chief would like a new set of headquarters, or a public safety. Either way, we do have a lot of expenses coming down the road. And we've also got a fiscal cliff we're approaching that we're about to fall off of. We've got a 13% voter turnout. If we don't get that approval, we're looking at massive layoffs. What I would like to do with this instead is I would like to have this reworded by the author so that it states specifically that the first set of funds does go to the 1820, and then the next project that comes along, that is the second project that it goes to, then the third, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the other thing, the way to, if you really want to use this to fund multiple projects, you need to think about what the meals tax is right now. If you're going to fund multiple projects with this, the meals tax that we currently have is not sufficient. we would need to seriously consider doubling or tripling the meals tax. Now, the original argument was people will never go out, people will never accept that. That's not true. We've seen the meals tax has gone up every year. As the cost of a meal, as the cost of the bill goes up, so does the meal tax. We've seen restaurants where sandwiches and light meals of $10 are now $20. So when the tourists come into town, they're going to pay whatever's on the menu. They're not going to go to Kingston. They're not going to go to Bourne to eat. They're here in Plymouth. They'll still come here. The point is, if we want to use this as a grander fund than the 1820, we need to also, in order to do this, we need to boost the meals tax to accommodate this. And so, as was previously suggested, I would like to see this come back. And I would like to see this with specific items to be used for, and more importantly, I would like to see the motion right before that comes back to raise the meals tax. Let's build a whopping fund that we can use for the new fire headquarters, Chris's new school. I mean, we know these are needs. It's gonna happen. We're either gonna pay for it out of our own pockets through taxes, or we can have the tourists help us pay for what we need in this town. So this is why I would really like to see this come back, be rewritten, be more specific, and give us more breadth of use rather than just saying, I don't want the meals tax to be funding 6 different projects, because we can't fund 6 projects.
Thank you, Mr. Maslowski. Everett Malaguti, Precinct 2.
Everett Malaguti, Precinct 2. So along with the last 2 speakers, I'm on a similar line with them, and I think that this should actually come back to a future town meeting for much more intensive debate. And the statement that was said that there wasn't really any questions during precincts that he attended, I had a very passionate argument with him at our precinct caucus, so I just wanted to make that clear. So, with this, my rationale for actually voting down this article today is not because of the actual creative planning for this, but I think that this fund is actually a redundancy for what we already have, and I believe that the wording could be a lot better by actually using the funds in this act to fund our facilities maintenance stabilization fund, which we have direly been lacking for decades in. This has been a contentious topic over the past few years of the Committee of Precinct Chairs through Dude Solutions and the DPW, that we have several $1 million every single year of facilities that we need to take care of. I believe that this is the best use of these funds to go into that account by a rewritten article for future expenses. Thank you.
Michael Hanlon, Precinct 15, followed by Catherine Holmes, Precinct 9. Mr. Hanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Michael Hanlon, Precinct 15. I want to applaud Mr. Mahoney. Yeah, Mr. Mahoney. I want to applaud Mr. Mahoney for thinking out of the box. I agree with this, and the entire board. I agree with the concept of expanding the uses of this fund. However, I think it's premature, as other people have stated. 2 years ago, we appropriated an extra $600,000 because the fund was had insufficient funds to pay the debt. As Ms. Hall pointed out, that could happen again. We don't know what's going to happen. I don't expect another pandemic, but we could have a recession. Last year, we appropriated 1.8 from the stabilization fund to pay the debt. Interestingly enough, at that time, we actually had money in the fund, or sufficient funds, but they didn't want to use it because it was getting too tight, I guess. So my point is very simple. It's a great idea, Mr. Mahoney. I think at some point in the time in the future, we should pass it, approve it. But I don't think we should do it now. It's premature. The fund's only been in existence for 9 years. It's got another 17 years to go. I agree with doing away with the sunset clause, all that, someday in the future. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Golden, do you have a motion? Mr. Golden moves the previous question. Is a motion to close debate. I do have Catherine Holmes in the queue, and we also have another town meeting member standing to be recognized. So it's not debatable. We're going to vote. It is a procedural vote to close debate. And when the light goes on, you'll vote as to whether to close debate on Article 11. And we're voting now. We're voting now on whether to close debate on Article 11. Town meeting members have an opportunity to decide whether to limit the time for debate. As moderator, I monitor the scope of the debate. We're debating Article 11, and we have a procedural motion to close debate. Town meeting members are voting with their handsets in person. They're voting with the V-Voter platform from OTI Technologies. If they are participating remotely, we have 33 remote. Voting ends. We're now going to see the total. We need a 2/3 vote to close debate. 79 yes, 67 no. Does not carry. Catherine Holmes, Precinct 9. Catherine, welcome
everyone.
once again.
Thank you. Catherine Holmes, Precinct 9. So I want to first thank Mr. Mahoney for putting forward this article, because I think that it's a really great idea in order to pay and have a revenue source for our buildings. So I support it in concept, because we know that in the next 20 years, we already know we need to be building at least 2 to 3 new schools, and not to mention what's happening in our police and our fire stations as Plymouth continues to grow. But with that being said, as the chairperson for the COPC, when Mr. Mahoney gave a really excellent presentation on this, a lot of the feedback from the chairs and town meeting members was that the language needed to be modified. So my understanding was that the language they were gonna go back and try to modify the language and tighten it up so that we wouldn't, before we got here on Saturday, have this type of situation where it couldn't be passed. Unfortunately, what I was told was that the language, if we did that, would be too restricting. And so the language that people are raising here is a real concern, because it is so vague. Because it's saying that it's the demolition, renovation, operation, and related costs, so it's any other costs. So anything could be used for it. And we really need to make sure that we know what we're going to be putting in this fund as we continue to evolve and our resources within town hall change. So I'm going to be voting no on this, unfortunately. I was really hoping to support it, but I was hoping that the modifications in the language would already be before us. Now, I'll say that we're really not in any rush right now. We can vote no on this, and it can come back before us in the fall town meeting, and hopefully with better language. And once we have clearer, more concise language, I think that people would be more amenable to supporting it. Thank you.
Donna Curtin, Precinct 3. We're debating Article 11. Welcome, Donna Curtin.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator and Town Meeting, for the opportunity to comment on this article. Donna Curtin, Precinct 3. I'm going to vote in favor of this article. I think when we're thinking about our long-term financial future and planning, I think the time is now to have something like this in place. It was certainly an extraordinary component in our ability to create and support our new town hall building. And thinking back on those years when there was a lot of discussion and debate about whether or not the meals tax would be successful and people's fears of that, I think we've seen that those fears were unfounded, and this proved to be a very stable, despite completely unpredictable things like a global pandemic, a stable source of funding that we can count on in the future to come through. It may at sometimes be greater and at sometimes be lesser, but it hasn't stopped people from going out to eat and making their contribution to some of the things that the town needs. In terms of people's concerns about the language, I'm looking at this and see the edits that are being proposed, to me, are very minimal and judicious. We have a change in name. We have the original language of what this was intended to support, and that is where we have the detail of construction, demolition, renovation, operation, and related costs. And this same set of actions, possible actions that could be funded in part by this source of money. I don't think anyone here in this room expects this source of money to pay for everything with another associated project that might come forward, but those terms are specific now and extended to other education, public safety, or public works facilities. Now, aren't these the kind of core services that we are concerned about in our town going forward in the next few decades? I look at these changes, and particularly the one eliminating the sunset clause, as timely, as appropriate, as judicious, and I hope you will support it. Thank you.
Mike Mabini, Precinct 3.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I also agree with this article in that it serves a purpose and it should be passed, but I think we're premature. My main concern on this article, and I've voiced this before, is that there's nothing in this article or the backup information that says that the debt for town hall, for the new town hall, will be paid off before anything else is done. So the debt, it has to say, as far as I'm concerned, that before any of this money gets shuffled out to some other use, the town hall, on its annual basis, the debt must be paid off before any other funds are levied. So this is where I have an issue, and no one's been able to address that to me to date. So
I
I'd
think
like
we will have it
a good
addressed.
answer.
Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance, followed by George Brown, Precinct 7. We're debating Article 11. Lynn Barrett.
Okay, so I just want to add some clarification, I think, and Donna Curtin sort of, if you read the language of the existing fund, because the only added language are the items that are underlined and or crossed out. It says to finance the construction, demolition, renovation, operation, and related costs of. So what we're talking about, the intent of this original article was to pay for that financing of the town hall project. So the addition of any other educational facility, a public safety facility, or public works facility would be to fund the financing of the construction, demolition, renovation, operation, and related costs of those projects. So I just want to be clear on that. The item relating to not using this fund for anything other than the payment of the town hall debt, I think, people talked about that it's sort of premature to do it now. It's also, I think, I don't believe it's premature. I think it is forward thinking. And what I would say is if we added language that said you cannot use this fund until you've paid off the town hall, then we wouldn't be able to use it for anything else until 2047. And at that point, this fund, if you remove the sunset clause in 2040, it will grow so much that quite possibly, based on my estimates, and these are very conservative, the fund could have over $34 million in it. So I think, looking at it sooner than that, and it's really based on a year-to-year, how that fund is doing. Now, I'm using a 3.5% escalator, and everyone saw the little graph that's in your book on page 30, which talks about this fund. This fund include that line on the graph is depicting the revenue that's going in there and the expenditures that are coming out. So the escalator that I'm using is 3.5%. The historical escalators, and I'll just go through them, 2016 over 2015, it increased 9.5%. 2017 over 2016, it increased 5.96%. 2018 over 17, it was 4.3. 19 over 18, it was 6.9. 2020 over 2019, it was a negative 4.4. as a result of the pandemic. 21 over 20 was 4.5% increase. 22 over 21 was a almost 36% increase. So far this fiscal year, the actual escalator for the 3 quarters is almost a 10% increase over last year. So if those types of increases continue, this curve will grow a lot faster. The other thing to think about is this fund earns its own interest. So us being able to put this money to work for us, if we have a significant balance in there, means a lot to this fund. We have other opportunities of what we can invest in if we can try to, grow this fund a little bit more. Just a very short example, because of the pandemic, we're only earning about 0.3% on our money. Right now, we are earning over 4.5% on our money. So I just wanted to point out those couple of things. I really do think that it is forward thinking. I think that what we would do if town meeting was to approve this was we would update our financial policies, because right now in our financial policies, it tells the finance department how to recommend the use of this fund. So we would update those to include language to focus on the priority is the town hall. And then at some point in the future, there could be other funding in that fund to use for other projects. Thank you.
Joyce Brown, Precinct 7, Ed Russell, Precinct 16. Mr. Brown.
Lynn, I believe these notes around 3%.
3.2.
3.2%. I believe current municipal rates of borrowing are around 5.3%.
Well, they're depending on what type of issue you're doing, it could get up to that high, yes.
I think that this question, if it moves forward, gives us the opportunity to keep making 3% payments so we don't have to get as much 5% money out. Plain and simple, it's a way of us not spending money in the future. I believe this, as worded, I'm not comfortable with all the wording, but I think it's the best we can do to promulgate our future finances in a more favorable manner.
Ed Russell, Precinct 16, followed by Jamie Grillo remotely, Precinct 8, and Christopher Houle, Precinct 14, remotely. Mr. Russell.
Ed Russell, Precinct 16. This does not cast forever the plan and policy that can't be changed should our government decide, let's take a different course, let's change the policy. Is that not the case?
Anyone care to respond to Edward Russell? He has a question regarding Article 11. Our Director of Finance is Lynn Barrett, responding to Edward Russell, who is Precinct 16.
As far as financial policy, in addition that what gets voted at town meeting, but the Select Board, Advisory and Finance, everyone sort of signs on to that financial policy and approves it. And it's sort of our guiding document and guiding principles on how we're going to finance our future, how we're going to do our budget policy, how we do capital planning, all of those things. So it could get changed in the future depending on things that happen, in our environment. But it would be sort of a collective process on changing those things. But I don't see anything specifically happening. The focus of this fund is to pay the town hall.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have a procedural motion?
Yes, sir. Jeff DeLapp, Precinct 13. I move the question.
Moves to close debate. It is not debatable. I do have in the queue Jamie Grillo, Christopher Houle, and also standing, you saw we have Mr. Babini. So it's a motion to close debate on Article 11. It's not debatable. When the light comes on, you can vote as to whether to close debate. We are voting on Article 11 as to whether to close debate. Town meeting members can now vote. The light is on. Please vote on the procedural motion to close debate. It is a 2/3 vote. You're voting as to whether to close debate on the main motion to Article 11, which is to amend special legislation on the meals tax. Town meeting will continue. We have one more article in the special town meeting warrant. And when the light goes off, the voting has ended. And town meeting needs a 2/3 vote to end the discussion. 107 say yes, 38 no, 1 abstention. We have voted to close debate. We will now vote on the main motion to Article 11 once we scroll through the precincts. This is a motion to amend special legislation on the meals tax. We are scrolling through the precincts to determine how town meeting members voted on a procedural motion to close debate. That motion requires a 2/3 vote. We are scrolling through. We are at precincts 13, 14, and 15, and finally the last 3 precincts. And so now, when the light comes on, you'll vote on the main motion, Article 11. Town meeting can vote on Article 11 when the light goes on, and we're supported by OTI. You can vote now. You're voting on Article 11. It's a majority vote on Article 11. And thereafter, we'll move to Article 12, which is a traffic study on Precinct 3. So, town meeting is voting on Article 11 on the meals tax. This is coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. We are in the first day, the first session, the morning session of our special town meeting. And town meeting members are voting on Article 11. They're voting electronically with their handsets, and the voting is over. We will now see whether or not town meeting votes to amend the special legislation on the meals tax. They have voted, and it's a majority vote that is required, and the total of the votes from both remote and in-person will be shown. 105 yes, no 42, 0 abstentions. We'll go through the precincts, but as we do, I'm going to read into the record Article 12. It's Mr. Canny moves the town appropriate $165,878 to pay costs of a traffic flow and parking study per 2023 special town meeting warrant, and is set forth in the report and recommendation of the Advisory and Finance Committee, and for the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, $165,878 shall be transferred from free cash. Mr. Canty?
In a vote of 10 in favor, 1 in opposition, and no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 12. Approval of this article will authorize a traffic flow and parking study coordinated with the Massachusetts Department of Transportation and/or the Massachusetts Highway Department, if necessary, as well as all applicable local boards, agencies, and committees for the purposes of determining the need for potential improvements to traffic flow, speed limits, crosswalks, sidewalks, parking, and any other measures deemed appropriate to increase safe travel for pedestrians and motor vehicles in the area depicted on the map submitted in the materials. The funding for this study will come from free cash.
Dale Weber, Precinct 3. Welcome, Dale Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dale Weber, Precinct 3. It's a wonderful day in the neighborhood. Good morning, everyone. Just for the record, there's going to be a brief video here, and after that, I'll be available for any questions you might have. It's about 5 minutes long.
Thank you, Dale Weber, Precinct 3. We'll now go to the video. This is Plymouth Special Town Meeting, Article 12, and we have a video for town meeting members. Mr. Weber.
As an additional point, if you look in your books, the books you're looking at now, page 105 through 112, that will help you further understand the video.
Following the video, we'll go to George McKay, Precinct 8. We are debating Article 12, and here's the video.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dale Weber. I'm the current chairman of Precinct 3, where it all began. And I'm here to present a special town meeting article, number 12, to conduct a traffic study encompassing precincts 1 through 5. If we can go to the PowerPoint presentation now, that's great. Precinct 3 has for a number of years taken calls from residents concerned and stressed about the same things most anyone traveling through our precinct encounters. Next slide, please. We have been slow to react to the fact that despite our precinct and our neighboring precincts being largely built out, we have experienced a steady surge of conversions of single-family homes or prior business facilities converted to multi-unit apartments, condominiums, bed and breakfast, or short-term rental units. Slide number 3, please. We cannot reverse this issue, but this article is our attempt to come up with a professional strategy on how to deal with the impacts of this increased residential density and the doubling, tripling, or even quadrupling of the number of vehicles regularly driving down and parking on both sides of our narrow streets and on our sidewalks. Slide 4, please. This has made it much harder for vehicles of residents and non-residents alike to travel safely upon many of our streets throughout the district and has impeded pedestrian traffic on some of our sidewalks. Slide 5, please. These concerns have led to an assortment of small-scale initiatives by individuals or groups of individuals via calls to their precinct or their elected officials to address issues on their street or in their neighborhood. Those efforts looked at a small section of the larger problem, and most still remain unresolved today. Next slide, please. In conjunction with and with the consensus from meetings with the Downtown Steering Committee, Precincts 1, 2, and 4, and 5, Precinct 3 has submitted the article to begin the process of compiling all of the issues and address the bigger picture as outlined in the Town Council approved language of our article. Next slide, please. The goal is to have engineering professionals undertake a comprehensive study to address changes in a manner that will not fix an issue in one neighborhood by creating a new issue in an adjacent neighborhood. The professional engineers that review this problem will bring impartial eyes upon these issues and provide some practical solutions that could be employed to improve the situation. Next slide, please. When their work is complete, the residents of the area will be invited to opine on the results of those findings prior to any changes being implemented. Next slide, please. Since residents of all our precincts in the town of Plymouth, with thousands of tourists, continue to make their way in and around the area of study in our article, we look forward to town-wide support of this initiative, addressing the safe and efficient movement of pedestrian and vehicular traffic in our district as outlined in the next slide, please. So this shows a locus map of the area. I understand it's difficult to read in this format, but suffice it to say it's a large area, and that is reflected in the price on the prior slide on page 9. If we could just go back to that page 9, there it is right there. So it's important to note that the cost of this article is $165,878. If this is approved, the funding will come out of the town's free cash account. And it's important to note here that the free cash account is a revenue source resulting from remaining funds after having met the previous year's financial obligations as outlined and certified by the Mass Department of Revenue. So there is no new taxation on this, and that's what the benefit of this article will be. The comprehensive work involved in this will take approximately 9 months. And finally, and in conclusion to this presentation, I just want to state that if this is approved, which we hope it will be, we will actively look towards funding through many grants and associated programs that are available to us in the time that it takes to complete the study and in the time going forward to make actual recommendations. So I thank you for your time today on this presentation, and I thank PAC TV for their assistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George McKay, Precinct 8. We're debating Article 12 of Plymouth Special Town Meeting. Mr. McKay.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am voting in favor of this article because I believe it's a first step in a process. As most of you know, I have been promoting the Plymouth license plate to help promote the town and raise money for worthy causes. Someone recently asked me, what will happen when you are no longer available to do this promotion? And the answer was very simple. Most places do this out of the Chamber of Commerce. But I think this same question needs to be asked here. What will we do as a follow-on to Article 12? I think there are three things to consider. First, the question is it up to each precinct to propose traffic studies in their area? If so, we should expect each precinct to ask for traffic studies. For example, the huge development, the Oasis off of Home Depot Drive, I suspect precinct 10 and 18 would want traffic studies about the traffic that after that is built and people are living there. So that's one issue. Secondly, in most areas of Plymouth, we have to contend with state roads. In particular, with this article, Route 3A running right through the middle of the area is a state road. Thirdly, the study results will address problems and identify solutions. However, implementation will be a very long process, including more and ongoing studies. For example, just making 2 streets one way will change the traffic pattern in the whole area. So, in summary, I'm a little bit disappointed that this article was put on the table by Precinct 3 and not part of a DPW overall plan for traffic and roads. Can I get the position of the DPW and town management on these issues? And I would like to hear the DPW and town management talk about who is responsible for putting ideas on the table to manage our roads. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George McKay, Precinct 8. A request to hear from we'll hear from Sheila Scarsy. She is the Acting Director of the Department of Public Works, responding to George McKay, Precinct 8. Sheila Scarsy, good afternoon.
Yeah, DPW is fully in support of this study. It's a very comprehensive study to look at the entire town. The town is over 100 square miles. I think it is better to segment the town, and we've done that with this proposed study. In terms, the DPW can certainly bring forward these types of studies. We do like working with the precincts and the different areas in Plymouth and to get that support back when we present these types of studies. In this case, Precinct 3 brought this to us. We agree with it and we support it. And this study would be implemented through the Engineering Division Office. You had another question?
I believe you want to hear from Town Manager Derek Brindisi as well as from you.
I guess the other question is, I'm in Precinct 8. Do you want me to put something on the table next year about the traffic in Precinct 8? Is that the plan? And maybe that same year I'll be competing with Precinct 10? I'm just trying to understand what you want the process to be.
So we are always looking at traffic issues throughout the town. We have our engineering office. We have a transportation engineer that's looking at that. We have an internal task force, the parking traffic task force, that is always looking at traffic issues. So there are certain areas of town that we are focusing on for potential future studies. If you have something that you don't think we're looking at, definitely call it to our attention and we'll look into it.
As a precinct member in Precinct 8, I'd like to know where Precinct 8 is on your priority list, and I suspect other precincts want to know where their precinct is on your priority list. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKay.
I also had a question on how to deal with the state highways.
Mr. McKay, your time has expired, but I could call on you again after the other speakers. Let's continue, Mr. Withington. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Joe Hutchinson, Precinct 17.
Oh, Joe, hi.
Hi. George is right. There's a larger problem, and this project in Precinct 3 is it's kind of an alarm bell, because although George is talking about the DPW, really this is a planning problem. This is a function of a master plan that is 20 years old and that should have been reformed long time ago, 10 years. And so, this is the bailiwick of a master plan task force, and we should be able to get answers and actually contribute to solutions in all of the precincts across town. So I appreciate Precinct 3's efforts to get this started, but you need not just civil engineers looking at this, but also landscape architects and the rest of the planning expertise that's required to put a plan together to fix all the roads, because they all connect. Thank you.
Michael Hanlon, Precinct 15.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I support this article, but I have one question for Mr. Weber. I noticed on the map that he showed that they left out the northernmost part of North Plymouth, up in the Cordage Park area. So I'm kind of curious why they didn't extend the study area all the way to the Kingston town line.
Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. Dale Weber, Precinct 3. In response, your question can be answered by the fact that we were mirroring a proposal that had been sitting dormant to study this exact area that we outlined for a number of years. Going back to the late 80s and the early 90s, it was suggested by former public safety officials that we look at the area of between Bradford's Package Store and Ernie's Pizza, commonly known as Oberry Street and Cherry Street. In our meeting, though, myself and Vice Chair Jerry Sirico with Mrs. Ghazi and the former DPW director, along with GPI Engineering, they did express that the area that goes from Cherry Street to the Kingston line was a small area, basically composed of very wide streets with probably not similar problems that we were expressing exist in the central portion of the map. But I imagine that they could do a study on that, because we learned of the technology that GPI is employing here is drone technology, along with cell phone software technology that shows when Mr. Hanlon drove through our precinct and how many people were also sharing the road with Mr. Hanlon at that time. So they could easily look at that expanded area, and I think that that could be adjusted in our study as it goes forward. But thank you for your question, Mr. Hanlon.
Thank you. Peter Neville, Precinct 10.
Peter Neville from Precinct 10, and I think it's a brilliant initiative, and hats off. I guess my concern is, and I'd like to, perhaps for Mr. Ballerton to speak to, I think that there's an issue here as to how this fits in. When I look at solar cells on my roof, the first thing that I had to do is fix the roof. Because if I didn't fix the roof and put the solar cells on 5 years downstream, I needed a new roof. So I think this is a brilliant initiative. To Mr. McKay's point, in Precinct 10, Billington Street's been fixed, but I think probably Precinct 10 could benefit from the same kind of study. I think I would hope that I could hear from the planning task force on this initiative, and whether or not each precinct should get on their horse and create a similar proposal, and will that help Steve and his group? And I'm just going to throw into the mix a thought that came to mind, because when I looked at the outline of the survey, social justice sort of came to mind, because I own property at the corner of Spooner Street and Standish Avenue. And I can tell you that from there to the Kingston line is a very high density of rental properties. And I can tell you that when I showed my property for rent, the predominant applicant was non-white. And I'm just wondering whether 20 years later, the demographics have changed and that the traffic in that area is significantly different than it was 20 years ago, including how many, 350 apartments in Cordage? So anyway, that's it. Maybe Steve, you can speak to it. And
Yes, we have a request for response from the Planning Board, Vice Chair Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Steve Bolleton, Vice Chair of the Planning Board and Chair of the Master Plan Task Group. Mr. Neville's question and comments are good ones. Yes, this particular proposal is a piece of what should be part of master planning. And I can repeat the fact that the Planning Board did vote unanimously to support this particular proposal. That's not to say that the planning stops with just one proposal or requires every proposal, but rather this will be a piece. Every piece of information that the town has will be incorporated as part of the master plan. But it's not just what we have now or even what we are planning to survey, but rather everyone's participation in the process. And that's the most important aspect when we start talking about master planning. Because just as the comment was made, well, one road connects to another, every road connects to an issue, whether that issue is housing, whether it's economic development, whether it's open space, whether it's environmental protection, whether it's climate resiliency. So when we talk about planning, every bit of this, and that's why it was so exciting to see town meeting taking up so many planning issues, every piece of this goes into our master plan, but it only works if the entirety of the town gets out and expresses their understanding, their opinion, and asks questions, much like town meeting is doing when these articles come up. That's what we want to see the entire community do when the question of the master plan comes up. We want to see this same level of inquisition, of diligence, of desire expressed so that we can make sure that the entire voice of the town is heard, addressed, and that we do our best to create a balanced plan that the town can not only focus on, but actually accomplish. Measurable goals set forth in a plan that provides guidance to all of our representatives, elected and appointed, boards and committees. Everybody's view is looking at our master plan says this is the view of the town. These are the town's goals. These are the goals of the residents. This is what we need to do to help accomplish that. So I appreciate that there's a question about one piece, and yes, one piece will be part of the whole, but we do need every study, just like we need every voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Unless I have a procedural motion.
Yes, sir. Jeff DeLapp, Precinct 13. I move the question.
Before I handle that, Mr. Hanlon, are you standing because you still want to speak? No. Mr. Brewster, were you looking to speak? Yeah. On the motion? Yeah. Okay, then in that case, we're going to take the motion to close debate. We heard that Mr. Brewster wanted to speak. It's a procedural motion on Article 12. When the light goes on, you can decide whether to continue debate or whether to close debate. And we'll be voting momentarily, but not till the light goes on, people. I got quite a few people who pushed their handsets. But when the light goes on, then you can vote. And the light has not gone on yet. It's going on now. There you go. You can now vote. Mr. Brewster, you might want to vote again. You voted before the light went on. Town meeting members are voting on whether to close debate on Article 12 on the special town meeting. It is the last article in the special town meeting warrant. Following Article 12, we will take our midday recess. It'll be for 45 minutes. Lunch is being served in the cafeteria. There are gluten-free items available. It'll be 45 minutes, and then we will return and resume with the annual town meeting. The voting is over. Town meeting has decided 112 yes, 32 no, 1 abstentions. The motion carries. We've closed debate. The next vote is going to be to vote to approve or not Article 12. It is a majority vote, and once we scroll through the precincts, the light will go on and you'll have an opportunity to vote on Article 12. Thereafter, there'll be a motion to dissolve from Kevin Canty. We can now proceed to vote on Article 12 when the light goes on. When the light goes on, I will announce that for those that are participating remotely. The light is on. You can now vote. We're voting on Article 12. We expect this is the last article in the special town meeting. I do not have any other motions to revisit any of the articles, and therefore, following this, we'll have a motion to dissolve. Article 12 motion is for a traffic study. It was presented by Precinct 3. We heard a presentation from Dale Weber of Precinct 3. You are voting. It is a majority vote. This is Plymouth Special Town Meeting. It's coming to you live. We are in the afternoon of the special town meeting, and we are in the last article of the special town meeting warrant. We now have a vote, 135 in favor, 7 no, 1 abstentions. The motion carries by more than a majority. And as we scroll through the precincts, Mr. Canty moves that the special town meeting be dissolved. Mr. Canty, on your motion.
I do not need to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Canty. In that case, we've just finished the precincts. When the light goes on, you will vote as to whether to dissolve the special town meeting. And when the light goes on, this is a procedural motion. You vote now. Vote as to whether to dissolve the special town meeting. And once we have the vote, if it is favorable, we will dissolve special town meeting and we will go for our lunch recess in the cafeteria. When the light is off, we will get the total of the vote. Town meeting members have completed the special town meeting warrant, and after lunch, they will resume with the annual town meeting warrant, which has 20 articles in the annual town meeting warrant. The voting has concluded, and now town meeting members will see the total: 139 yes, no, 1, 0 abstentions. This special town meeting is dissolved. 12:21 p.m.